Yo, what's happening, y'all? This is B Jizzle of the Pull Up Basketball Podcast. Welcome to the number one LA Clipper podcast out there. We want to first give you guys a shout out, LA Clipper fan, LA Clipper Nations, for being here. Share this podcast with your family and friends. They will not be disappointed, but let's get it popping.
Pull up in motorcades. I got a show today. It's all I'm trying to do. Hustle and motivate. Choppers to throw away. Hustle the overweight. That's why they follow me, huh? They think I know the way. Cause I took control of things. Ballin' the solo way. And if you pattern my trend, I make you my protege. Slossin' that soldier race. Niggas don't know them days. Take you in back of the buildings. Make you expose your rage. Take you across the tracks. Make you explode the face. Now you official now. But you got a soul to say. I just been cooking that new. I'm about to drop in the few. Think if I call it the great, the people gon' call it the truth. I ain't really trip on the credit. I just paid all of my dues. I just respected the game. Now my name all in the news. Tripping on all of my moves. Quote me on this, got a lot more to prove. Remember I came in this bitch, fresh out the county with nothing to lose. For nothing. No. Wanna count on you. But I don't do this shit for nothing. No, not at all. You, but my money red, that you do, all year long. So I don't do this shit for nothing.
Rolling up some good, going up till we get faded. You know how we do it. Everybody take a flex on me. I got the keys to the city. I don't need no limousine. I turn up when I pull up and tell my booking agent book a show. Running around with the paper bag, running around with the paper bag. Going crazy spending all this cash. Going crazy spending all this cash. If I spend it, I'ma get it back. Even when I ride around dirty, a nigga don't need a seatbelt. A nigga don't need a seatbelt. Nah, it don't cost to keep it real. Run up, get done up. Shit can get real. Fuck around and get your ass right. Nigga, fuck around and take your shit. Got you asking God why. Drag your ass into an alley. Pull out aim for the target. Should've never been around the killers. In my town, we the fucking realest. No cheddar bars round here. I get the spray and they gon' get down. Ski mask over my face. Catch a body in broad day. Catch a body in broad day.
I got the key to the city. I got a hold of Shadiddy. Talk to that bitch in Swahili. Tattoo my name in graffiti. Whack out your hood in graffiti. Come through your hood on the weekly. None of y'all niggas can't see me. None of y'all niggas can't see me. Y'all ain't got nothing like this over there. Bunch of frontline millionaires. Bunch of self-made at the Trump pay. Guess the odds really took it there. Any problem, I'ma reappear. With a squad you already fear. All this time I've been playing fair. 7 digits every single year. Niggas die, niggas disappear. Alibis, I was really there. Life a crime till I get the chair. Columbine in my trigger hair. Still I rise and I took the stairs. Feel a fire, it's a different glare. All these fights, it was never fair. Busting knuckles, still I'm swinging fears. Taste the salt inside my dripping tears. You should know I never had a fear. You should know I never had a shot, never had a chance till I took it here. Man, it's proud, but I see it clear. Strategize, I'm an engineer. Pick a side, gotta keep it there. Switching up, nigga, looking weird. I got the key to the city. I got a hold of Shadiddy. Talk to that bitch in Swahili. Tattoo my name in graffiti. Whack out your hood in graffiti. Come through your hood on the weekly. None of y'all niggas can't see me. None of y'all niggas can't see me.
What's good, everybody? Welcome to the Pull Up Show. I'm your host, Mr. BJ Matthews, aka B Jizzle. Before we get started, follow us on the YouTube page, the Pull Up Basketball Podcast. Like, share, subscribe. All of our YouTube videos, hit that like button as y'all come in here. Hit the share, subscribe. Hit that Cash App, $ Slick Rick 1991 Son, $ Slick Rick 1991 Son. Also Venmo as well at BJ/MATHEWS/1. Again, that's at BJ/MATHEWS/1 as our Venmo. If you guys do not have either one, make sure you guys hit our super stickers and super comments that are available. Very simple. Right there in the chat box at the bottom in the right-hand corner, you guys can go ahead and send your love that way. Also to the Pull Up Basketball Podcast that we drop to you on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, basic, all this great content for y'all. We want to make sure y'all continue to support us in all facets. And last but not least, make sure you guys continue also to get your membership badges that are available. You guys get 3 different options. We have the pull-up badge, the interview badge, and LA Clipper badge. All 3 options are available. We are going to get started back with the contest coming up here in the next week or so. I know I've been saying that for a while now, but just off the fact that it's been the summertime and things have been going on so rapidly, I have not gotten a chance to really, do these contests, but we will be putting that out there for our members who continuously support the Pull Up Basketball Podcast on a monthly basis. But other than that, make sure y'all, like I said, hit that like button. And also in the comment section, you guys are in here. Let me know that y'all in here with a certain simple, how you doing, or what's up, pull up, things of that nature. Make sure you guys smash the like button, get the algorithms up because people that come in here. Shout out to my man Janelle Santana, shout out from the DR, Dominican Republic. He says agreed 100%. Maddox Vasillo 9999. He said, BG, how you been, bro? It's been a while. Yes, it has been a while. Like I said, man, I've been doing so many other different things, man. Of course, the Believe in Clippers. I'm the new host of that show. If you guys are not following me on Spotify, iHeartRadio, or any of the big other podcasts, make sure you guys go check out Believe Clippers. That is me on the new host of that show. Continue to support that. Yeah, so I've been doing with that. And then the Clippers, get ready to start their season next month. Training camp starts on the 1st. So, getting ready for that. So it's just been a lot of stuff where I ain't been really had a chance to really sit down and do the lives. But I got some time tonight, ain't doing nothing. So I said I'm going to go ahead and pull up a topic, especially with the college football starting again tomorrow. So it's going to be crazy. He says also Clippers will be fine as long as Kawhi is healthy. Well, that's been the whole case for the last 3-4 seasons. We ain't been dealing with this, just off the fact that he hasn't been on the court. And I've been very vocal about that. Vini at Yahoo said, be the peace sign, eye emoji, and the hand clap. How you doing? Like you from the Philippines. So if you are, shout out to the Philippines, people in here from the Philippines. Janelle Santana, he said also, I hope your summer been great, my brother. It's been awesome. It's been hot out here on the West Coast. Every single day it's been, nice, but it's been hot at the same time. So just keeping this AC on, man, like all day. For the most part during the daytime, but it's been pretty good for the most part. But anybody else that's in here, make sure you guys continue to let me know in the comment section. But let's get it popping. So like I said, I got some time to talk to y'all a little bit. I'm gonna bring people in after I finish this. But I feel like a lot of people have over the summer, what I've been seeing, I've been listening to some people on their, podcasts and things of that nature, little talks here and there. For whatever reason, people want to bring up and compare this era to more of the older school eras, like the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s. You got a lot of old and new people being compared. You guys heard, the Anthony Edwards, of course, saying that he felt like there's nobody who was really skilled in the 2000s other than Kobe Bryant or other than Michael Jordan in the 1980s, and then trickle down to Kobe Bryant. He made them comments, and obviously that didn't sit well for, some of the old heads like Magic Johnson, like Isaiah Thomas, where they both, kind of pushed back. Isaiah Thomas pushed back, a little softer than what Magic Johnson said. But, you had that being compared. You had KG speaking about how he feel like a lot of these players wouldn't be able to compete in the 2000s. He was talking about saying like, you couldn't get away with no triple step back. You couldn't get away with the travel. You had to, have a good IQ. You had to run plays, know how to run plays, running in a certain offense. You had to know how to, being professional. Back in the 2000s and in the 90s, you had a lot of, vets. You had old school vets and OGs that really was able to keep the young bucks in line. So when you have like, these young players in the league, they're seeming to have being more of the ones in control more than the old heads. You know what I'm saying? You don't really have too many old heads, running in the locker rooms and keeping things in order. That was a rule of thumb back in those times to keep things out of order. Like you see the Memphis Grizzlies, a lot of the problems they had because they didn't really have no OG to really, keep that stuff in line. You look at a team like, Memphis compared to a team like the Miami Heat, where you don't see, players stepping out of bounds and stepping out of line and getting in trouble and disciplinary rules and all that stuff. For one, because the culture doesn't allow that. But for two, big reasons because they had an OG, Udonis Haslem, who, really didn't, go for that. So I personally believe OGs are needed in the NBA. I had OGs on my team, for the most part. I had a guy who, either he's at my position or, just one of the older players on the team. They made sure like the young bucks were, in line. They're listening to the coach, or, making sure they're paying attention in practice. They would, teach you a certain level of respect. And at that time, that's how I feel like I'm the way I am today when it comes to, I'm saying, just certain morality and certain things. But I say all to say this. I looked at something right, today, and I was like, you know what? I think we need to talk about this. And the discussion is that Kawhi Leonard is this era's Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant. I'm gonna say that again. Kawhi Leonard is this era's Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant. Now, I want y'all to really sit back and enjoy this one because it's gonna be a good one for y'all tonight. I got some, got some time for y'all. I got some time. I actually, got a chance to research some things. So I want y'all to really take some time and really kind of just sit back and relax. Now, I understand for Clipper fans, they don't really want to talk about, Kawhi Leonard too much off the fact that let's just call a spade a spade. We witnessed another playoff series without our best player. Right? Our best player did not play for a fourth straight consecutive postseason. He didn't even play or he didn't finish. A player of that caliber, like I've said before, I've never seen this before, where a player of his caliber is able to just basically miss, so much time. And, it's hard for him to even get really much of get his resume. I feel like injuries have robbed him from being, what he could be. He could have had a championship by now. He could have had a championship for us. And just unfortunately, injuries at the worst time has caused us from getting that. But that's beside the point. The thing about it is, look, Kawhi Leonard, yes, he dealt with injuries this year, but also there was a lot of bright spots when it came to Kawhi Leonard. I'll say this past year. He's this past year, he was probably the most efficient player at his position. He was an MVP candidate for a couple months of the season. That's how he got his, his deal extension, 3 years, 150 mil, because he was playing at an MVP level. When he was basically playing, he was healthy. He was able to go to the best of us. We had a 25-6 record, 31-8, with him at the forefront, leading that team. And it looked like Kawhi Leonard was the best player on the court every time he stepped on the floor. And, unfortunately, with him not being able to play and be able to finish in the postseason, it's hard for people to really see it, and hard for people to really kind of see why, at least on our side, we say this man's the best player when he steps on the court. As y'all come here and smash that like button. We got 12 people here. We should have over 12 likes. Let's get these likes up, y'all. Let's get these likes up. Don't be stingy. The like button is free. But we saw that this man has not lost a step when he's on the court. I hear all this, Kawhi Leonard is washed, or Kawhi Leonard can't do this, Kawhi Leonard can't. I've seen him for about a 2-month stretch just completely dominate on both ends, not just the offense, but the defensive end. Now, of course, because of the load that he has to carry and the way his body, for whatever reason, has not been holding up, it's only a matter of time that if you exert him too much, it's a good chance that his body's going to betray him. Now, if you guys do not know that Patrick Beverly had a video where he spoke about why Kawhi Leonard's always hurt, right? And, I said to myself, okay, this is something that, I feel like people need to actually revisit. And, at the end of the day, for a guy to be hurt 3 times in a row in the playoffs at the same time, which we have never seen in NBA history, a guy of that caliber, one must ask himself, okay, what is really the problem? Is this man just basically his body just betrays him at the same time of the year, or is it something that the medical staff is or is not doing? So I want y'all to hear kind of what Patrick Beverley said about why Kawhi Leonard is always hurt. I know this is a few people's first time over here, so I want y'all to get the full glimpse. And how I do things over here. I like to, show video. So what I'm gonna do is show the video, a 2-minute clip, and I'm gonna continue on with this, discussion. But all right, here we go.
Why do couples choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
I need it a little cool.
And I need it a lot of cool.
We're both cool.
Know who you are.
Janky promoters is nuts.
With some
Kawhi.
Joel.
Kawhi.
That's the hardest working?
Hardest working motherfucker I've seen in my life.
Okay.
Really?
And I mean,
I was just going to ask you who the hardest working.
So when I say hard working, I mean in the weight room, it's LeBron. On the court, it's Kawhi. Together, weight room and court, Kawhi. Not. I ain't seen nobody like him.
So for all you at home and everybody questions because he's hurt a lot.
That's why he hurt
from the source that the man is the hardest working.
But that's why he be hurt. That's what people don't understand. That's why the mother be hurt. Okay, man, you got to relax, man. Nah. We work out. I think it's COVID. They stopped season. You know me, man, what the fuck I'm gonna do? Go to Chicago, go to Houston? Nah, fuck that. Man, homies, pack up the Sprinter. Man, we driving to San Diego. Like, what? Man, we driving to San Diego, man. Fuck that. Hey, Doc, get us some rebounds from the Clippers, bro. I'm driving to San Diego. I'm about to go work out with Kawhi. I gotta see it. I gotta see it up close. I gotta see it. I gotta see what the fuck is he doing, man. They say let me see it. We drive to San Diego, man. We in that motherfucking lab 3 hours. I'm talking about 9 spots, 11 spots. I ain't never shot 11 spots. Make 20, 11 spots midi. Make 20, 11 spots tray. Make 20, 11 spots pump fake. Make 20, 11 spots pump fake tray. Like, make 20, 11 spots out there. I'm usually 5, maybe 7, maybe 9. You feel me? You do the 9 spots, 11?
Man.
If you miss
20 together or 20 by yourself?
No. Together. But
okay.
if you miss 18, you go back down to 15. You gotta have the last 3 in a row. No, this spot, Pat, this spot, okay, cool. We got last 5 in a row. Type.
I tell you, it's important that you say that because the narrative around him is that he doesn't like it.
That's crazy.
No, I know, but you knew how it is
because
like it
too much.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's great that you say this because and UD touched on it a second. For sure. Because you go through the injuries he's gone through and it's natural. Yeah. Everyone, he don't want to play, blah blah blah. But to hear you say that, that's important because he's a grinder.
None of the injuries come upper body.
No.
Yeah.
All of them had to do with Laura, which means that, man, you on your too much.
Yeah. With you two on this.
All right. So as y'all come in here and smash that like button. I know we got people in here. We should get all these people, one after another. But I played this clip probably about a little less than a month ago. Salute to True to King TV. He said, come on, bro. Kawhi is this generation's Kobe and Jordan. Insane. No, what's insane is you got Jordan number 4 on your list. That's insane. What's insane, you ain't got Kobe on your top 10. That's insane. All respect to you, man. But what you got, what we went on the live just last week, that's insane. This right here actually is actually a conversation we can have. This is something that, many people have made this comparison. And I'm gonna prove it. Y'all just stay where y'all at. But salute to True to King TV. I want to bring this up before I get into the comparison. Kawhi, we have seen have injuries, not so much the injuries, how many he's had, but the timing of his injuries. Right? The timing of his injuries have been unfortunately, just a nightmare. You talk about 2021, tore his ACL, right? In the conference semifinals in Game 4. That was the beginning. Well, actually, the beginning wasn't with the Spurs. Right, so we can go actually to the beginning where Zaza, but cheap shot, stuck his foot out and he had that, that ankle injury. Right, 2019 playoffs, his left quad, right, playing with an injured left quad. You talk about 2021 towards ACL. 2023 against the Phoenix Suns in Game 1. He had a torn meniscus, and then he played through it in Game 2. which no one even thought that he had a torn meniscus the way he was playing. On both separate games, he had 38 points and 31 points in both separate games in Phoenix. Now, just like Kawhi always does, when a media person asks us, well, how is he feeling, or is he going to play? They always tends to say yes. And then also when it comes out after the game, he tends to be out. So 2 separate instances on the same team, 21, 2023. And then this year, of course, obviously, going into not just the playoffs, but a month before the playoffs, he starts having what they call knee inflammation and knee swelling. Right. This was in the beginning of April. I'll never forget I think it was against the Charlotte Hornets. They had a game against the Hornets after the game. That was his last game that he played. And then they ruled him out with knee swelling against the Sacramento Kings a few days later. We saw that, he was a chance for him to come back, and he came back for game 2 against the Mavericks in the playoffs. And then, he looked okay in game 2, where he was actually moving around and he was able to play like, full game, close damn near. But then game 3, he just wasn't able to go. His body basically, looked like he was playing to not get hurt rather than to play just to play. Like, that wasn't Kawhi what we saw out there. So I'm highlighting 3 different instances where this man has not been able to be on the court. And here you have Patrick Beverley echoing some sentiments that the reason why he's hurt at the same time, at the same year, every single year, is because of the amount of training and work that he does in the off season takes a toll and pushes himself entirely too hard. By the time the playoffs start, and by the time the regular season starts, he goes through regular season, then the playoffs, his body's already broken down. And I thought about it, I'm like, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Because again, it's not that he's getting hurt, it's when he's getting hurt. And it's all, like he said, all lower body injuries. Everybody knows how strong Kawhi is. The dude is a damn, if he hits you, basically, like I've gotten a chance to, shake hands and, dap Kawhi up all this year. And, what I'm saying, I remember one time when I walked past him and I gave him not like a dap, but a what's up handshake. And like he put his hand on my shoulder. You know how you give a what's up handshake to your boy? Well, I did that to Y, and his damn hand covered my entire shoulder and my shoulder blade. First of all, his hand is like humongous, but he's just a strong dude naturally. So you're basically not hurting Kawhi. You're not gonna hurt him. If you run into him, he's gonna hurt you. So every time he gets these little injuries, it's all lower extremity injuries, like Patrick Beverley said, meaning that usually comes off more so of overtraining and overworking. I know because I had 2 Achilles tears on both feet because of the amount of work and training I was doing in the off season and how much training I was doing in the in season. Because you can actually overtrain yourself to actually be in a position for you to get hurt. So that kind of presumes that, but let's get into the actual topic real quick, and I'm gonna let y'all in. These 3 are all, in my personal opinion, generation after generation after generation, decade after decade after decade, they're the most similar. Right? As y'all come there, smash that like button. Let me start with the first thing. That's very similar between Jordan, Kawhi, and Kobe Bryant. First off, Kobe Bryant is my favorite player of all time. Kawhi Leonard is my favorite player now, and Jordan was the standard of all 3. I only watched the last 3-peat of Michael Jordan from 96 to 1998. Right? Other than that, I didn't get a chance to, watch Jordan, his first 3-peat or his, years in the 80s. I wasn't born yet, none of that stuff. So, this is the first time I ever really had a chance to really ask with Jordan. But obviously, Kawhi done took in his blueprint from those three players, and that's Jordan and Kobe. Those are the three guys that he took his. Those are the two guys he took his, his style from. So what I want y'all to do is hear another short clip, and it's gonna be Kawhi speaking about, how Jordan and Kobe influenced him, to be his best self, and how they were the standard that he followed. Growing up. So I'm gonna let y'all hear what Kawhi has to say, and then we're gonna be right back.
All right.
Good morning, Kawhi. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. Raise your hand if you have questions, please, and we'll get started with Ohm.
Hey, one thing before I start this, bro. Hey, so y'all know I got a chance to be around the Clippers and all that this year, right? So, dog, Kawhi is funny as hell. I'm not even joking. Like, when they say that he's like the funniest dude on the team, or he's one of the funniest guys, or he's like kind of awkwardly funny, like this dude is funny as hell. Like, I remember, I'm gonna give you a quick little story. So we're by the tunnel, and Kawhi and his security guy comes out. Kawhi's getting ready for pregame, and there was this fan. He was like this Asian guy with his girlfriend or his wife. He asked me, "Can I ask Kawhi for an autograph?" I said, "Yeah," when he comes out, but you gotta go through his pregame warm up first. So about 30 minutes later, Kawhi is about to finish up shooting his free throws, and then I told the Asian guy, I'm like, "Okay, you ready to ask Kawhi for an autograph?" He said, "Yeah." And so Kawhi is getting closer and closer, going back to the tunnel, to walk over to him, and then the dude just gets wide-eyed and starts to freeze up, and then Kawhi basically, looking at him straight in the eye, just like ask him, "Are you going to ask me for an autograph?" He didn't say that out loud, but he's just looking at him the whole time as he's like exciting his basketball. And I'm like, this dude is funny as hell. But I had to put that out there, y'all. Dude is funny as shit. Like, if you listen to his interviews and listen how he talks to the reporters, you know what I'm saying? He dude is funny as hell. But I just want to put that out there.
Hey, Kawhi. Ty was saying yesterday that he's installed a couple triangle sets, hoping to kind of put you in the Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant spots and roles. And those are guys that you kind of studied and emulated. I was wondering, what do you think about that this season? How do you like it so far? And how much have you studied or looked up to Michael and Kobe over the years?
I mean, a lot. They're one of the best basketball players to touch, play in the NBA. And, I watch everybody pretty much, but, those guys were able to get to their spots, lead their teams to championships. And, that's something that inspires me.
And how much will it help you as far as like maybe getting to your spots even more? How do you like playing some triangle sets?
It's good. It's been good. As long as, it's a team concept to it as well. It's not just, focusing on me scoring. It's just about movement, pretty much, not keeping everybody just stagnant and in mud. So, as long as it's going to help us win games, I'm for it. I think it will. And we'll just see what happens with it, pretty much. But, so far, so good. Nobody's complaining about it. Now it's time to just carry it over to games and get better at it.
Thank you. Next up, Justin Russo.
Hey, Kawhi, how you doing today?
Good.
Good, thank you. Kind of building off of what Ohm just asked, going through the film of the preseason games has been rather interesting, because it seems like there's an added emphasis on getting you moving more with like pin downs and handoffs. Do you feel that's a change from last year, or is it more or less about the same as it was?
I mean, it's little wrinkles that are different. You know what I mean? But I came off a lot of, down screens last year, playing up top a lot. And but it was just a lot more single action stuff. not double aways, not too many double aways, and like I said, hopefully we could keep getting better at it and learn from what's going on and just be a better basketball team. Pretty much, that's all I want to do. I want to win games and just have a better, camaraderie on the court.
Let's get ready for Hoop Jab.
All right. As y'all come here, smash that like button. We should get this. We should have these likes up, man. Let's get these likes up. Let's get these likes up. All right. So that was Kawhi Leonard speaking upon how Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant both influenced him and were the two guys that he looked up to for the blueprint, right? For the blueprint. And this is the title of this video. Kawhi Leonard is this era with Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant. After we finish, I will let people in to discuss if they want to agree or disagree. Now, before I even get started, first off, let me tell you the players who are not like Jordan and Kobe, who they get somewhat comparisons, but they're not them as far as from what I've seen. Like I gotta remember, like I said, I've been watching basketball since 1996. Well, not 96, about 98, 97, 98. I watched all of Kobe. I watched the tail end of Mike, and I watched all of Kawhi. Right. So I've seen a lot of players come in who get compared to Jordan, and now you got players who are being compared to Kobe. And this is the only guy I see who gets that to me as far as both players. You got guys like Devin Booker, who they say they're going to be the next Kobe Bryant. Well, the problem is with Devin Booker is he don't have, first of all, the measurements of a Kobe Bryant. Yes, he has, I think you want to say the mid-range jump shot, kind of similar to Kobe. They're kind of similar in style as far as size. But Kobe's a tier above Devin Booker, more than a tier, multiple tiers over Devin Booker in all aspects: scoring, killer, defense, mid-range, athleticism, clutch shot making, right? Just the whole nine. He's just a step over Devin Booker in everything, a wide step. And also he's a wide step in winning championships. Devin Booker, to me, doesn't prove he's a number one on a championship team, right? Since Chris Paul left the Phoenix Suns, you've seen Devin Booker get swept. You saw Devin Booker lose in he would have lost in the first round last year if Kawhi Leonard wasn't hurt. That's just my personal opinion, right? So I think Devin Booker had a one series run against the, in the 2021 playoffs. Large reason, again, because Kawhi Leonard didn't play. But I saw him this year, and, he got swept off the court, right? And the guy he got swept off the court is another comparison. That's Anthony Edwards. Now, they say Anthony Edwards is this New Year's Michael Jordan. Well, that's going to take time. I think Ant-Man, as I've said before, could be the best player in the league with the next 2 to 3 years. But there's obviously some, maturity he has to get as far as how to, conserve his energy, how to be able to, go up against, those giants and be able to prevail. He's still young. He's 23 years old. So he's definitely got a lot of time, but he's already made it to the Western Conference Finals. Now it's about him doing it again. Can he go back to the Western Conference Finals right away? Because that's what Jordan would have done. That's what Kobe would have done. That's what Kawhi would have done. It's not just enough to get one great year, one great move to the conference finals or the NBA finals and say that's it. The cream de la creme, the cream of the crop players, they get their time and time again. So we'll need to see Anthony Edwards, see if he can get back to where and finish off where he started at last year. Because if he goes this year and doesn't get past the first round, then you'll see the difference between him and guys like Jordan, Kobe, and Kawhi. So there's a lot of stuff to be proven from, Anthony Edwards, right? You got Devin Booker, you got Anthony Edwards, you got Steph Curry. Quad is kept. Steve Kerr called Steph Curry this era's Michael Jordan. He's like Michael Jordan. Now, of course, we all know Steph Curry and Michael Jordan couldn't be any more different as far as their games, their size, their stature. I mean, everything's just opposite from the two. But I understand what Steve Kerr is saying off a marketing standpoint, off of an influential standpoint. Jordan and Steph Curry are neck and neck, right? Jordan, to me, is the most influential basketball player that ever lived, and I think Steph Curry is second, meaning they're able to influence millions and millions of people around the world to love the game of basketball and bring people to the game of basketball. That's what Jordan and Steph Curry both have done. But there as far as on the court, as far as how they play, as far as their size, as far as their two-way ability, they couldn't be any more different. So he can't be compared. So who is the guy? Since True the King wanted to say this, is crazy that for me to say this. Who is the guy that you can pick that resembles these two? It's not your boy Jason Tatum, who says, they say that he's, Kobe this, Kobe. I don't see it. As much as I wrote for Jason Tatum this, in the Olympics and said he's a top 5 player, he's right out. He can be easily dropped off the top 5. Right? I don't even think they really are that similar. I think Jason Tatum's more close to the T-Mac than he is to Kobe. Right? See, anybody can be compared to these dudes. Like people want to say Kobe and Mike, they're just so easy to be compared to. You understand the standard you're setting for these guys when you put that label on them. When they said, Jordan and Kobe, this is, this is the next Jordan, this is the next Kobe, man. For me personally, I don't think there's going to ever be a fully Jordan or fully Kobe. Just based off of, what they represent to the game, man, and just, what they have done in the NBA and the legacy they left. I think it's like a huge disrespect to just, put guys who are second, third year players or guys who ain't made it to the finals and won championships in that company. I just think that's a totally slap in the face. If you're going to put this comparison, it better damn sure be somebody that matches up in their games, in their resumes, in their impact, what they've accomplished, who they've beaten. That all better line up. You can't just compare that with take that lightly. And the only person I see that I've been watching that gets that nod is the guy right there on the screen with these two in the middle, and that's Kawhi Leonard. Now, when you look at all three of these guys, they all three have the same thing offensively. What you heard Kawhi Leonard say in that interview, he takes what they do offensively, getting to their spots, raising up and shooting the ball, scoring high efficient shots for the most part. I'm talking about Jordan and Kobe kind of took some sporadic shots, but for the most part, from the mid-range, that's where they did a lot of their damage. Their mid-post, the elbow, the high post. Those sweet spots on the court, we call them sweet spots, are where they did their most damage. You got 3 guys who are 6'6" and up, and for the most part are probably bigger than the guys at their position. They use their advantages physically, skillfully, and mentally to terrorize your opponents. These are some of the best scorers in their heyday. You got Michael Jordan giving you 30 points off close to 50% shooting percentage, right? You got Kobe Bryant, who, while he wasn't the most efficient player, but the thing about it, in his time, he was very efficient at 44-45% in the 2000s. That's what the toughest era in NBA history was when Kobe Bryant was in his prime. The defenses and the defensive schemes were the most trickiest. You had, the personnel to make the offense, have to, take those tough shots, which a lot of people don't understand. Kobe Bryant took so many tough shots, not just because he just wanted to, it's because he had to. You go back and look at some of those teams he had to go up against. The 2008 Boston Celtics, the 2004 Detroit Pistons, right? Those teams, even the 2000, and they beat the hell out of this team. The 2002 New Jersey Nets were a top 5 defensive rating team, right? So the defenses he had to deal with were top 10 defenses of all time. So some of them shots that you saw him take, he still made them at a very, very high clip at 44-45%. from the field goal range. So he was an elite mid-range shooter. And then you got Kawhi, who you guys see the numbers. He's always shooting around 45, 50%. Well, about 50% from the field. Some games he's shooting damn near over 60%. No shot that Kawhi Leonard take is going to be a shot that is out of character. It's going to be rushed. It's going to be a controlled jump shot. More so, a lot like Michael Jordan. Right? Now, that's just one aspect where I feel like these three are similar. I don't see anybody in the game at this position who is as technical. And again, Kawhi Leonard is a very technical player. Just like Jordan was technical, just like Kobe was technical. Their footwork, their angles, where they took their shots at, how tight and precise they were with their movements. I haven't seen anybody in the league that's done that, who's been like that. Right? Melo says, stop it. Stop what? Oh, KD. He said KD, buddy, is the highest mid-range shooting season ever. I gotta go back and check. I think Kawhi outdid KD. If I'm not mistaken, I gotta go back and check. But let's say KD does shoot the ball at a higher clip. I'm not finished. I'm not talking about the offensive end. There's another side that Kevin Durant has never won an all-defensive team. He's never been a defensive player of the year. He's never been the person to stop a person, head-to-head. That why I don't compare him to these guys. See, a lot of y'all just go off of simply offense, but there's two sides of the floor, and that's defense as well. I've never seen Kevin Durant take the assignment of guarding the best players like this guy right here. I've never seen him say, I want to guard this guy throughout the entire series. Yeah, he did a bunch of times. He did it sometimes in Golden State, where he guarded James Harden in the conference finals. But the guys that I'm comparing them to, Kobe and Michael Jordan, have multiple all-defensive teams. One guy's a defensive player of the year in Michael Jordan. Right? Kobe Bryant was 12-time all-defensive team. 12. 9 first, 3 second. Kawhi Leonard, 2-time defensive player of the year, multi-time all-defensive team. Kevin Durant has never been an all-defensive team, or he's just never been a guy who would take the challenge to guard the best offensive players. So for Melo to say that, 58% from the field, yeah, that's true. But where's his defense at? Where the hell is his defense? Where's his defensive clips? Where is he shutting down the best player? Where is he guarding guys up, 90 feet like you see Kobe doing right here? Again, this is a comparison, right? Oh, man, what's good, bro? He said, salute, Beach. I think Edwards has a chance if he works on his IQ and efficiency. He's talented, but has to know when to dominate at times in the game. He's similar to Kawhi, but a little bit more athletic. I think, yeah, and you talking to somebody who's an Anthony Edwards fan, man. I think Ant-Man has to just learn how to, number one, he's going to have to learn how to control his to be able to not exert his energy to the point where he's not effective. That's why I saw in the Dallas Mavericks series. He was just basically going all out, and he just got burnt out against Kyrie Irving. So I think Ant-Man has the competitiveness. I think he has the drive. I think he loves to play. As I said, again, I have to see more. I have to see him get back to the conference finals. I got to see him get to the NBA finals. I got to see him do all this. If we're going to compare him to these guys, then we have to basically, hold him to that standard. He said, you clearly don't watch KD, bro. KD plays even not such a. I didn't know he's a great rim protector. That's what he does. Like you said right here. By the way, KD blocks more than Giannis, but is he guarding? He's not guarding guys, at the 3 and the 4 at this rate. He's not doing that. You're not going to find Kevin Durant guarding the best players. You're going to see him standing his ass by that rim and waiting for somebody to come out. I didn't say he didn't block shots. I mean, he's an actually underrated defense. Oh, you just blocked your boy right there. Melo, he don't play no on-ball defense. Kevin Durant is a, at best, average on-ball defense, on-ball defender, or maybe above average, like slightly above average. He ain't no elite on-ball defender. These guys are elite on-ball defenders. That's why they have all defensive teams and defensive player of the years. That's not KD. And it's cool because offensively, the dude is probably the most prolific scorer, but defensively, nah, man. He ain't got that. So, you say your guy made all NBA. No, your guy made third team. My guy made second team. Wait. Did your guy Did KD make second or third team? My guy made second team. I know Kawhi made second team. He would have made first team if he didn't get hurt at the last month of the season. Your guy got swept. Yeah, my guy made second team. Okay. But like I'm saying, defensively, that's what you have as far as, comparison with these three guys. They all play elite defense. They're all mid-range magicians. They also, quiet as kept, have some of the hardest work ethics that you'll ever see. You guys know, y'all know about, what I just mentioned with Kawhi's work ethic. For a guy, this is all you got to think about. Kawhi came into the league as a role player, right? A guy who, was linked on to basically give you about probably projected 10 to 15 points per game, giving you, 7 to 8 rebounds, and basically being a defensive ace. That's what he came into the league projected as, right? Out of college, he was not a high scorer. He was a, pretty close to lottery pick, but he was not looked at as a guy who's going to give you 25, 30 points. That wasn't him, right? So all you have to do is look at his development and his growth from then until now. And you will see just how great he really is and how hard he works. A guy like Kobe, y'all heard the stories from what Kobe Bryant used to do as far as, his work ethic. 20-mile bike rides, right? 5 a.m. workouts, 4 a.m. workouts, weight room workout early in the morning. There was no one that worked as hard, as far as I'm concerned, more than Kobe Bryant. That's why I feel like his body broke down. He's another one. His body broke down and portrayed him based off of how hard he pushed himself. That the human body was not regulated for him to handle. Right? So he's another one. And then you got Jordan, who set the stage of having a hard working ethic. The Breakfast Club. Go to work out at 7 a.m. Right? His teammates, they would go to the gym, they would work out. I think Scottie Pippen was part of that club. Ron Harper, and I think BJ Armstrong, if I'm not mistaken. They start this little group in the off season or in the preseason or in season, whatever. They get up, go to the gym at 7 a.m. They work out. After working out, they go to breakfast at McDonald's. Right? So he set the stage as far as, working hard, even though being the best player in the league. All very similar, all have the same mindset. But the big thing that they all have in common, I'm going to let y'all in after this. They all want to win. They all want to win. Right? Some guys play for statistics. Some guys play for the glamour. Other guys play for to win. Kawhi has the highest winning percentage next to Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. Up until this year, he was number 1 in NBA history. He had the highest winning percentage. Jordan has the highest winning percentage in the NBA Finals, where he's undefeated. He has not lost one NBA Finals in his entire career. Right? He's the epitome of, winning, and he's the epitome of, competition. And that's the same thing with Kobe Bryant. All three of these guys have a certain mentality, kill or be killed. And this is where it gets, a lot of people get edged out because they don't have that same mentality. Again, I've been watching ball since 1998. I've been playing since, I was 4 years old, right? Played at every level outside of the NBA. Played high school, played college, played overseas, played semi-pro, had a stint in the G League, right? Be around certain NBA players and get a chance to, talk and and hang around them. You got this, you kind of see, who's who. And a lot of these guys are not, they're putting on an act saying they're this, they're that. And then when it's time for them to, rise to that occasion, they can only get so high. Again, Devin Booker, people named him, the next Kobe Bryant. And since that comparison, he's been basically what you call damn near second, third star on a team where he's supposed to be the main guy. Right? Kevin Durant, and Melo will appreciate this. Melo, your guy KD is he's looking real suspect. I don't know if he's trying to play to win. I don't think he's playing to win. I think he's playing just based off of because he's basically good at basketball, and I think he's ready to actually get out from basketball. In my personal opinion, Kevin Durant's a very talented basketball player, if not, in my opinion, the most talented player in the league. But I don't see that same desire, that same fire he had when he was at OKC before he won his first title. He's up here talking about he don't want to team up with nobody. He's teamed up with KD. He teamed up with the Warriors. He teamed up with the Brooklyn Nets. He teamed up with Devin Booker, and I would not be surprised if he leaves again. As much as he has had opportunities to win championships, and he's only won 2 titles, that's the same amount of titles as Kawhi Leonard. That dude should have more than 2 titles. And like I said, when they both retire, it's going to be discussion who had the better career. It's going to be a discussion for sure. Because the more I look at KD's career, the more I see that he's had opportunity after opportunity to win. He's built great teams. He hasn't won a title since he left the same guy that people said that he needed to win, Steph Curry. And then you just got swept this past year. People need to look more deeper into KD's career. Is he one of the most talented scorers in the NBA? Absolutely. But as far as on a standard of winning, I don't see it. I don't see it. So that's the point though, Melo. Where is Kawhi at in points? That y'all think of just one side of the ball. What about the other side? You realize? Okay, think about this. Kawhi literally does the same as the same thing as KD as far as percentage wise from the mid range. They're damn near identical from the mid range. One guy's defense is head and shoulders above the other guys. That's it. They're basically 2 guys where one player in KD, like I said, I will give you this. He came into the league a better player than Kawhi Leonard. But since that, he has not evolved as far as winning other than Golden State. He hasn't led his team to any championships. Brooklyn, he couldn't do it. Phoenix, he can't do it. Is he going to end up leaving again? That's a serious question. Kobe and Kawhi being out here from California. This was something that, and I'm going to let y'all in a minute. This is something that was already destined. If y'all look back and see Kobe Bryant spoke and think about Kawhi Leonard, he already had the idea that this dude was very similar to him. He loved watching him play. He operates from the same spots on the court. And, you know, like I said, they have a very, very, very similar mindset. It's just the fact that Kawhi is really, he's more stoic about it. He's not as brash about it. He's not as loud about it. But he has that same quiet killer that Jordan and Kobe had. Again, the man just unfortunately has been dealt with injuries at the wrong time. That's unfortunate. It really is. Jonelle said, Ant-Man just lacks IQ and maturity. Yeah, that's the only thing Ant-Man lacks. Like I said, if Ant-Man, he's only 23 years old. I just got to see him get back to the conference finals and back to the NBA finals. That's all I got to see. Jim Brown, Kawhi is a Hall of Famer, not a legend. Kawhi has a lot of missteps. You're right. He's not a legend yet, but he still has time to be one. He's already a top 25 player in my book. Top 20, 25 player. And that's what this is what I'm saying. Just think about it. He's missed multiple he's made 6 playoff appearances in the last 7 seasons or 7 years. He has either not finished or he has missed entirely 6 playoff runs. It's 2017, 2018, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. All have been in his prime and his peak. But like I told y'all at the beginning of the show, if you watched him this year, he was still shooting high numbers. He was at a point where he was an MVP candidate. So he's not somebody that's washed. It's just unfortunately the injuries happened at the wrong. And it wasn't even an injury; it was inflammation to his knee. Based off of having a surgery like he had, a cleanup surgery, it's natural for him to have swelling. It just happened at the wrong time. He said, BJ, you got Kawhi above the. No, I don't. But y'all are making my point though, man. You guys are comparing a dude who has missed so much time in his prime and peak, where you can't. It's hard for him to even get that nod. You better be higher than him. And I still think Kawhi Leonard got more years left where he can rewrite that. If he wins a championship, he automatically moves up at least 5 spots for me. If he wins another title. Easy. Salute, BJ. What's good, bro? He said Kawhi's, yeah, he's him. And I see the frustration from Clipper fans. They don't want to keep hearing that because it's like want to see him play. I'm making this video to put things in perspective. Who do y'all see in the league that has, when y'all see Michael Jordan and Kobe, who do y'all see in the league? Jimmy Butler. I like Jimmy Butler, but he doesn't have the skill set that Jordan and Kobe and Kawhi have. I think he has the mindset. I just don't think he has the skill set. It's a lot of different variables that you have to factor in to put these guys in their perspective. Fuck no. He said KD. You think KD is Jordan and Kobe? Man, Melo, you smoking that good shit, boy. I tell you. You said KD. Boy, you on some other shit, boy. You said Kevin Durant is similar to Kobe and Michael Jordan. Who has ever said that, boy? Who has ever said KD was considered the same thing as Kobe and Mike? I get the numbers. Yeah, the numbers. He has numbers offensively. But what about the numbers everywhere else? What about the mindset? What about the mentality? What about all that other stuff? You just gonna talk about numbers? He said he played on one leg and have some bro. Kawhi played on one leg. Do you understand? He played on one leg for more than just one game. That dude played the whole 2019 playoffs on one leg, bro. Kawhi did it for like a damn near entire playoff run, and I think he averaged had an astronomical playoff run. What's up, Kobe Film Room? What's good, bro?
What's good, bro? Salute to you.
Chilling. What's happening?
Man, I just want to say, man, Kawhi was so good, man. That was a bad man, bro. He is still a bad man, but in his prime, bro, before the injuries, that was a bad man, bro. Couldn't nobody stop Kawhi, bro.
Man, I tell people this, bro. I said I watched Kobe, all of Kobe, some of Jordan, and I watched all of Kawhi. I'm like, this is the only guy I can see who mimics those other two guys from a grand, scale. That's the
Yeah,
only person I
yeah.
can see.
Well, Kawhi was a little different because he was a small forward, right? So he was bigger. So
Right.
like to me, I believe like a small forward version of even though Jordan played forward and Kobe played a little bit of forward, like Kawhi is like a legit small forward. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The dude was strong as hell, and like he was so methodical on the court, bro, picking the spots and just, I mean, watching him play, it's like, yo, I would always talk basketball with my dad, and I'd be like, yo, does he miss?
Mm-hmm.
Does he miss, man?
Exactly. Exactly. That's the thing. He's so precise. Like he's taken so much from those guys. You could just his movements and where he likes to pick his spots, bro. Like it just screams MJ and Kobe to me. How methodical he is on the court. So
Yeah,
yeah.
he reminded me more of Jordan, even though he had Kobe. You could see Kobe's game in him, but I think he was more of
Mm-hmm.
Jordan as far as like the way he
Mm-hmm.
picked his spots. I think
Right.
Kobe didn't care. You know what I'm saying? Kobe shooting over anybody. You know what I'm saying? He's shooting over
Right.
any type of defense anywhere. But
Right.
Kawhi was just so, okay, I'm gonna get here. And you can't stop him because if you run into him, it's like running into a wall. The dude was so physically strong and he had like MJ's hands. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly. Exactly. And I think he's more like Jordan myself. I don't I don't think he's kind of similar to Kobe, but other than just his, I guess you can say he likes to utilize the mid range and his two-way ability. I think he's more physically like Jordan.
Yeah, yeah. And he worked on those handles too, man. He worked
Yeah.
on those handles over time because when he first came in the league, he wasn't doing all that.
Hell
You,
no.
you know, the through the legs and things like that. I was like, dog, he worked on his handles. I said, man, this motherfucker bad, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It's a shame, man, that Zaza Pachulia, man. He messed up that man's career, man.
Man, how much you think Kawhi got left?
Oh man, with his knees, man, bro, his knees is just like, you know how that go, man. Like one day he feel good, and then he might wake up feeling a different way, man.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of tough because it's you could tell he be in pain, bro. He be playing through that shit.
Yeah, I mean, he said he was actually this for the first time in his, like the last 6 years since the whole Zaza thing, he's been pain free. So I think when we heard that, then we was just like, all right, he's gonna be, finally back to old Kawhi.
Yeah, nobody wants to see old Kawhi, bro. Old Kawhi's a problem, bro.
Big problem.
Yo, old Kawhi's a problem, bro, for real. Ain't nobody trying to see that man, bro.
Man, what do you see any other people in the league that's kind of resembles Kobe and Mike?
Um, Kyrie, as far as he reminds me of Kobe, as far as uh his shot creation, his finishing. Kyrie took a lot of from Kobe as far as like his a little bit from his layup package. Curry reminds me of Kobe when he gets hot. You know, when he gets hot, like what you saw in the Olympics, shooting over
Yeah,
2 3 people.
yeah,
He got a little bit of that in them. And SGA, I believe SGA got a little bit of Kobe in them too, and Ant Man. Ant Man's got a little bit mixture of Mike and Kobe in there.
yeah. I think he has a mixture. I think he's more like Mike,
Yeah.
but he just gotta learn how to, he just got to get his maturity down. But other than that, yeah, I think he has the will.
He dribbles a little too much. It got to
Mhm.
be a better playmaker because I think Conley helped him out being, with the playmaking, but he's got to be able
Mhm.
to when Conley's not there or his point guard's gone, like run the show. You know what I mean? Which he's gonna
Facts.
learn.
Facts. Facts. We got my man Joe Neal in the building. What's good, Joe Neal?
Hey BJ, what's going on? What's going on, guy? Hope you're doing great. I was saw, I like your points when in regards to Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard, people don't realize actually how much of a athlete he is. To be honest with you, when you watch him play, his obviously like he's been playing one way his whole career. To be honest with you, he's never like even when he came in as a rookie, he never been out there doing things that will like jump at you and tell you, "Wow, that was a crazy." Like he has plays like that, but he doesn't depend on that. If you understand what I mean, like his offensive game is pretty much technical. What you see is what you get, but you can't do nothing to stop it. That's the caveat. You know what I mean? He's a matchup nightmare, but he's a great an amazing athlete. Kawhi Leonard has posters. I think that Kawhi Leonard, in my opinion, is better than just is as good as anyone exploding up for 2 feet. If you look at posters versus a few years back versus the playoffs versus Favors. You remember that poster? He dunked on Favors. He has
Hell yeah.
even in when you go back in the San Antonio days, he got posters. Like this dude Kawhi Leonard is as good as any athlete, just jumping off of 2 feet, kind of like like Dominique Wilkins. You know what I mean? Like he's not as good as MJ or Kobe when it comes to just his gracefulness in the air, where they glide. You know what I mean? The way they just play, hang to the air and all this. Those are just different. Even like Michael Jordan in his 40s still was crazy. You know what I mean? But Kawhi, he's he's as good as anybody over 2 feet. But I think his greatest asset is that he's just so much of a matchup nightmare that is you don't know. The game plan is pretty much it's kind of like a strain in the brains. You know what I mean? You don't know what to do. This guy is he's 6'7". His league average 6'7", but he's 230. So there off the bat, you can't just put any shooting guard to guard him. You know what I mean? It has to be if you put somebody who's 6'6", 6'5", they're pretty much gonna be undersized because what are the odds? These guys is or 6'4". These guys gonna be probably like 190, soaking wet, 200. And Kawhi Leonard is such a monster. He's a wall. He's as strong as hell. So that that's a problem. That's gonna be a problem for you right there. Kawhi's just gonna bully these dudes straight to the paint. If he put a guy who's bigger than him, he's gonna be way faster than them. You know what I mean? So you can't just put a small forward. LeBron, he's allegedly he's 250. I think he's much lighter than that. To be honest. But hey, BJ, I train. I've been around athletes. I've been around dudes who's great physiques. And looking at this dude LeBron, I think LeBron is. I think he is overinflated. The 260. Nah, I'll give him about 235, 240. As his heaviest, because you can't carry that condition like that unless you are. You know what I mean?
You say 240?
240. I think he caps at 240. Because look at Kawhi's physique. They're pretty much similar. And Kawhi's 230.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? That's yeah. Like you know what I mean? That some of these dudes, they never been around bodybuilders, people who were great physiques. I know boxers who's 6'8", 260s, and they look like, you know what I mean? They don't look, LeBron James is just not gonna, you're not gonna compare his physique with these dudes. You know what I mean? These dudes look like bodybuilders ready to compete. You know what I mean? But I think that that's neither here nor there. But I think that Kawhi Leonard, he's or underrated when it comes to him being as an athlete, and people just don't realize that. I think Kawhi Leonard he's a better athlete than Jimmy Butler, to be honest with you. But the thing is that people don't sit down and watch basketball games anymore. They just go on ESPN, they listen to somebody screaming and shouting, and that's it. They don't actually look at the actual game.
Yeah, you don't see the movements, and you don't see the actual like
Kawhi Leonard. Yeah,
I seen Kawhi's his first step, and like how quick he is to get from one spot to another. Yeah, he is an elite athlete.
He actually is, and he's fast. Like when he turns the corner, like he can't catch. Like that's it, game over. You know what I mean? Like he can't do nothing about it. When he already made up his mind about turning that corner. It's just like, you know what I mean? It's gonna be hell on wheels. And I've seen that happen so many times. It's not even like, it's crazy. Like you can't just play game for you to game plan versus Kawhi Leonard. You know what I mean? It's just something that you like. It's kind of like it's I don't know. I can't put it into words. It's hard to explain.
Let me ask you this. So, how do you feel about Patrick Beverly saying that he gets hurt because of how hard he works?
I think it's facts. I think overtraining is a real thing. Kawhi Leonard, I do believe Patrick Beverly. When you overtrain your body in such a way, especially your lower extremities, you're going to, and you give your body enough recovery time. But these things tend to happen. Kawhi Leonard is not the exception to with that rule. You know what I mean? But with today's medicine, things of that nature, Kawhi Leonard has managed to actually, his greatness, him being just great and being able to bounce back has been a blessing to him and his health and his what he's been able to do so far. Which is a lot. It's, when we take into account that how many times this dude got injured, things of that nature. He's been able to overachieve when it comes to the things that he, the misfortunes of his injuries, the timing. You know what I mean? He has been able to come out on top. So kudos to him. But I think that I think overtraining is a big thing. Is a real thing. So, maybe Kawhi Leonard right now is 33 years old. I think I know, me being his age, I'm a millennial. I know that I don't recover as quickly after a workout as I used to when I was 20. I am probably in better, obviously, I could say that I'm in better shape, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm able to bounce back as quick as when I was 18 in high school. I used to do track also. So I'm not, I can tell you by experience, and the body just needs more recovery. You need to take it, you need to prioritize sleep. Just the small things. Kobe Bryant talked about it. Like, you know what I mean? Kobe Bryant wasn't the same athlete at 33 as he was when he was, in the early 2000s with the Lakers. He just wasn't. He was as good as anybody, but Kobe Bryant had to learn more about the body. He had to become more educated. You know, Kobe Bryant got to his it's sad that he had to it just he got injured in 2013. He overdid it. He just pushed himself to the brink. I remember it like it was yesterday. Kobe Bryant just said, you know what? I'm gonna put this whole squad on my back. I don't care what's going on with Dwight Howard and all these dudes. But I'm just gonna bring this team to the promised land. But he felt, his body just gave out, and just these things happen when you just push your body to. That's why I think if you're in the NBA and you haven't gotten injured, LeBron James, he has had a great career, and that's kudos to him. He's been blessed and lucky, because you got to be lucky, BJ. You can't only do so much. You got to also be lucky if you've been able to play and not get injured, regardless of whatever has happened. As far as if you had any injuries in the past, if you haven't had any big major setbacks, that's a blessing. You know what I mean? That's great for LeBron and other players that have had long careers. You know what I mean? But I think the Kawhi just he might need to be just smarter with his training. Just prioritize recovery, because that's a big deal, especially with his condition. You know what I mean?
Facts.
The fact that we got more supplements, more science, things, more strategies, I think is gonna help him, and I know that it's gonna prolong his career, hopefully. And when you got that money, you're able to do it. Just take advantage. We have it. It's not like back in the day. You know what I mean? We got those advantages, so might as well just take advantage.
You got many advantages.
Mm-hmm. But I think that people. Hey, I made a comment. People talk about Jimmy Butler. I like Jimmy Butler. I like his mentality, but Jimmy Butler is not in that ilk. I'm sorry, he's not. Jimmy Butler. I think that he's very limited offensively. I thought Jimmy Butler did great, has done great, taking his team, to several conference finals, and I think obviously in the finals, and a couple of years back, or last year, we could say it that way, last year into in 2020 as well. But Jimmy Butler, he's just limited. You know what I mean? When Jimmy Butler is not going to be that guy that we saw it. You know what I mean? He's just not. He's going to shy away from it. He's not going to tell you, all right, I'm going to give me the ball. I'm going to score 50 something points, and I'm going to guard the best player. Nah, you're not going to get that out of him.
He going to do that. He going to do that in spurts, but not for like a long enough period of time for them to like really say, okay, this is the type of guy.
And when the light shine the brightest, I don't think it's just like, I don't know. He did it, he did it in the first round. It's one thing you doing it in the first round versus a team that is hampered, like what I mean, the Milwaukee Bucks, and a guy who's entitled, who was acting entitled, that like Giannis, that Giannis right there wasn't ready to compete. That team wasn't ready. It's just they weren't ready. So you didn't get the best out of that. People that talk about last year, Jimmy Butler, this and that. I think you did not get the best out of that. You did not. You didn't get the best version out of the Milwaukee Bucks. So it's easy for you to do whatever. You know what I mean? But it's different with the light. When the lights shine the brightest, like what happened last year in the Denver Nuggets. That's when I really wanted to see it. I actually rooted for Jimmy Butler, to be honest with you. For crying out loud, I rooted for this dude, but he just didn't show up. I was so heated, but it is what it is. He's just not in that level, B.
For sure. Let me go to P5 real quick, and then I'm gonna go back to you, Jonelle. What's good, P5?
For sure.
What's good? So what are we talking about? Because this title sounds crazy to the naked eye. I'm not gonna lie. But what are we talking about?
No, it's the title. It's the title.
So you think Kawhi is this generation's MJ and Kobe?
I think he is this generation's MJ and Kobe as far as their games concerned. Now, of course, the resumes are not matched up because of the injuries, but if you look at their games and how they approach the game mentally, physically, and like just based off of their winning mentality, I don't see anybody in the league that has all those aspects.
Do you think, because MJ was the best player in the 90s, Kobe was the best player of his generation, the 2000s, right? Is Kawhi the best player of his generation?
He would be if he didn't have injuries. I think he's
when he was healthy, was he?
Yeah, I think 2019 he was the best player. I think 2021 he was the best player. I'm gonna tell you why. First off, the impact, because people are gonna look at statistics and gonna say, well, LeBron this, LeBron that. But Kawhi has a winning percentage against Steph and LeBron. The only player who has a higher winning percentage against the two is Kawhi. He's beat them. He's beat Steph in the finals, and he beat LeBron in the finals. He's beaten LeBron more times head to head. As far as an overall game, Kawhi doesn't have any weaknesses in this game that can be exploited. Steph's weaknesses is, of course, on defense. While he's not horrible, but you can exploit him because of his lack of size. And you got LeBron is his free throw shooting. There's holes in both of those games that they can be exploited. I don't see any weaknesses in Kawhi's game offensively or defensively.
So that makes him better than LeBron and Curry, right?
Why don't you tell me what was your input? What would your case be of LeBron and Steph being better than Kawhi if Kawhi was on the court healthy? As far as you watching them play, do you feel LeBron and Steph are better basketball players than Kawhi?
Especially when we're talking about like at their peak, because I'm not going to go into the entire deck. I'm going to focus on their peaks because of course Kawhi doesn't have that longevity range, so I'll go based off their peaks. Would you agree with me if I said Kawhi's peak was 2017, 21?
Yeah, that's his peak.
Would you agree with me if I said Curry's peak was 16 to 19, maybe?
16, 19, yeah.
Or 16, 18, whatever years you want to say it.
16, 18, yeah. 15, 18.
15, 18. What about LeBron? Would you give me 12, 15, 12, 16?
12, 16, yep.
Okay. Here's my thing with Kawhi. I think Kawhi peaks as one of the greatest scorers of all time. I think Kawhi peaks as one of the greatest defenders of all time. I don't think his defense I think his defense slowly declined a little bit because, I mean, come on, BJ. We can agree that Kawhi, as the years went on, of course, in 2021, he was still a great defender, one of the better defenders in the league, but it did slowly decline. We can agree on that, right?
I think it was all defensive second team that year.
Yeah. I'm not saying he turned into a bad defender or he wasn't a great defender still, but it did slowly decline, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, for sure. I just want to make sure we're looking at Kawhi as the same player throughout his peak. That's why I'm saying that. Kawhi in the playoffs was unbelievable, and that's why me personally, I think he peaked higher than a guy like Kobe Bryant, right? But when we talk about Stephen Curry,
whoa.
Yeah. Yes. I just said that.
You gotta chill, bro.
I just said that. I just said. Now look. Y'all can get on to me for that. Y'all can get on to me for that here in a minute. Let me get to Curry first. My thing was Stephen Curry, and this is my philosophy on things. If you're like, let's say you're not a two-way player, right? If you're a guy like Curry, if you're a guy like Magic, if you're a guy like, yeah, I think Curry and Magic are maybe the best examples to use here. If your offensive impact is so great compared to everybody else, I think guys like Curry, guys like Magic, they do have that offensive gap. BJ, you heard me the other day say I think Curry's at worst the second greatest offensive player of all time. You heard me say Magic's a top 4 offensive player of all time. I think those guys separate themselves from everybody else. It's kind of the same thing when it comes to defensive players, Hakeem, Duncan, KG, stuff like that. When you're that great on one end of the floor, what you do from an impact standpoint on that end of the floor, it will overseed or succeed what a player does on both ends of the floor if I don't think they're doing it at all-time great levels, or at least if I was to rank them, right? Do I think Kawhi Leonard is an all-time great offensive player? No. Is he an all-time great scorer at his peak? Yes. But is he an all-time great offensive player? No. Do I think Curry is that level of offensive player to where I think that he supersedes what Kawhi does as a two-way guy at his peak? Yes. Do I think LeBron is that great of an offensive player to supersede what Kawhi does as a two-way player? Yes. And even then, LeBron was also a great defender. I'm not going to bring that up, though. That's why I just can't see when guys like LeBron and Curry, when we look at their peaks and what they did as complete offensive players, I'm not saying that Kawhi has flaws. I'm just saying that outside of scoring, there isn't many other things that Kawhi does on the floor offensively that can match up to them. And even though I think Kawhi's defense was all-time great for a perimeter player, I wouldn't put him as for a perimeter player. I think that the only guys I'm willing to give that defensive leverage to is like big men who dominated the paint, or not even just the paint, but were so dominant to the point where me personally believe I think their defensive value would supersede, be an anchor of a defense, be the guy that makes everyone around you better. I don't think Kawhi did that to the level enough to supersede what Curry and LeBron were able to do offensively. That's just me, though. That's just me.
Okay, so we talking about, again, stick on who's better. So it's a two-way sport. So you have to count that defensive side of the ball.
Of course.
That's half of the game right there. That's half of the argument. Half of it's offensive, half is defense. So you're saying Steph Curry's one side of the ball is enough to match Kawhi's two-way side of the ball?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes.
Wow.
Okay. So I've already mentioned Kawhi's beating them head-to-head twice in 2 separate playoff appearances. I always go by this. The bigger player, there's a reason why if you look at the top 10, no one's under 6'6".
Facts.
They're all guys who are wings and bigs. There's no guards in the top 10. That's for a reason, because they can only do so much on the court.
In the top 10 what?
Top 10 players of all time. Steph is
in your opinion.
Steph is starting to approach that, but he wasn't a surefire top 10 player.
And I'll just say in your opinion. I see what you're saying though. In your opinion, for sure.
Right. So, but all the players, Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, Magic, Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain, all them guys are bigs. You get me? And it's a reason for that, because they can do more on the court. So Kawhi Leonard, who offensively is more efficient than Steph Curry from the field as far as mid-range, as efficient as Steph Curry from the mid-range.
Who's a more efficient scorer, Curry or Kawhi? BJ?
It's Curry.
Okay.
It's Curry.
I get that.
But that efficiency, just like how you mentioned the fact, why did Kawhi's defense go down?
It was just because role. I think the injuries stacked up. I don't think it's Kawhi's fault necessarily. It just slightly declined. It wasn't, because I think his defensive peak isn't the same as his offensive peak, if that makes sense.
So his defense, you're basically rating Kawhi's defensive peak as a defensive player of the year.
I would say 2016, maybe 2017 was a defensive peak, yeah.
Well, he won defensive player in 2014-15. That was, to me, he won defensive player of the year DPOY in 14 and 15. So wouldn't that be his peak?
Yeah, but it still goes with what I say. I think his defensive peak and his offensive peak is different. I don't think it's similar to Kobe Bryant. Their defensive offensive peaks do not coincide.
So you don't think his defense went down because he had more offensive responsibility?
For sure, but that still makes your defense go down. That still does that.
But so my point, his defense went down, but he was still a second-team all-defensive player. And the guys who made that second-team all-defense didn't have the offensive responsibility. That's why I said he can affect the game more than what Steph Curry can. And that's how I evaluate who's the better player. He can affect the entire game more than Steph Curry. If Steph Curry is not offensively clicking, he cannot do defensively what Kawhi can do.
No, but here's the thing about Curry and offensive clicking, because whether Curry has an off shooting night or whether Curry has a quiet night on the floor offensively, he's still having a great offensive game though, BJ. You want to know why he's still having a great offensive game? Because when it comes to Stephen Curry, and when you watch him play, the thing with Stephen Curry is no matter if he's shooting good, shooting bad, we saw it in the Olympics, we saw it in the finals in 2019. We've seen Curry still be able to impact the game just with, if you want to call it Curry's movement or the Warrior system, call it whatever you want to. the impact of having Stephen Curry on the floor, still moving off the ball, still just even having the ball in his hands and demanding that amount of attention, it created so many open things for everybody else. He was still providing that all-time level spacing, that all-time level playmaking, and just being able to make guys like him better. Now you said something about Kawhi. What did you say?
Kawhi gets that same attention.
No, he does not.
He gets every time he touches the ball in the mid-range, teams are collapsing him on defense.
In the mid-range, when Stephen Curry crosses the half-court line, teams immediately come up and try to guard him at the hash mark.
So that's because he's a guard. So
but that still goes into your impact as an overall player, though.
No, so he's bringing the ball up, and he's getting doubled, and he's getting blitzed. He's getting blitzed from half court. That's your
whether
point.
He's having a good game or a bad game. Yes,
it's the same thing with Kawhi when he catches the ball.
In the mid-range and the low post, it's easier to recover. It's easier for a defense to recover from that. Because it's in the mid-range, and most defenses nowadays, they're not helping just one pass away. They're going to force Kawhi to either swing the ball or make a pass that he's not all that great at, and B, Curry, when he's coming across the hash mark line, the big man is coming up out of the paint and pick and rolls, which helps the offense even more. That allows backdoor cuts to be even easier, and it allows Draymond Green on a short roll to not have a big man in front of him whenever they're running that sort of play. That's whether Curry's shooting the ball well or not. They're still picking him up from near the hash mark. That's what separates Curry from everybody else, I think. Because, again, all-time great offensive players will always garner defensive attention. They will never do it to the level of Stephen Curry, though. They never will. Look at 2019.
Do you feel off an overall basketball player, you're telling me Steph Curry can affect the game more than Kawhi can?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so why
as great as Kawhi was defensively, it's not enough. No.
Why couldn't he do that in the 2019 finals?
There you go.
Hey, I already told you. He did do it in the 2019 finals. His team simply, if you remember, if I'm not mistaken, Klay Thompson missed, I believe, 2 or 3 games in that series. If I'm not mistaken,
he missed game 2.
If I'm not mistaken, KD played a quarter and a half. If I'm not mistaken, even they were playing the games, but even then, Andre Iguodala.
I remember Steph Curry being very inefficient.
They put him in. Guess what? And that's what I'm talking about right there. He was very inefficient. If you look at what Curry was doing in game 2, and if you look at what Curry was doing in game 5, you will see that even though the shooting numbers don't look good, what the Raptors are doing is they're putting him in a box and one, which is essentially mirroring everything Curry does with all 5 guys on the floor, and that opens up opportunities for his teammates, and that's why they won those games. They couldn't win the other games because Kawhi was playing great, and the Raptors were able to shoot the ball really well, and the Warriors didn't have the firepower at the end of the day. But I'm not going to sit here and say and blame 2019 on Stephen Curry. Oh, why couldn't he do that?
I didn't say blame it. I'm saying I'm comparing a guy who's able to affect the game both ways of the basketball to a guy who can affect the game one way of the basketball.
And you're understating it by saying just one way, when that one way is all-time level impact.
But again, it wasn't enough to beat the guy that you're saying he's better than.
But you're also not including the fact that the guy I'm talking about has injuries on his team.
Game 2, Klay Thompson missed that game. The Warriors won that game. They were already up 3-1 in that series, and
they won that game because of Stephen Curry.
Okay, so they lost those 3 games, and they won because Kawhi Leonard was magnificent that entire series. I'm saying if you're going to tell me that Steph Curry has this amount of impact, he would have shown that in that finals.
He did.
Oh, yeah.
He did.
He would have shown that in that finals and won that series.
He did show it in the finals. He showed it in the finals.
I got a question.
You actually watched the finals. He showed it in those finals. He was incredible. The shooting numbers won't support that, but he was great.
Series, bro.
Curry played just fine.
Can I ask you a question?
You can't do it defensively. You're looking at one side of the ball. You can't.
What I'm saying is, I'm not saying Curry. I'm not going to sit there and say, because I think me and you both agree. Just because you said he wasn't horrible earlier. Curry's a neutral defender, especially in 2019. I'm not saying that Curry has to do it on the defensive end. I already told you, guys like Magic and guys like Curry, those guys to me impacted the game so well on that one side, to where it superseded what great two-way players can do. That's what I'm saying.
Two-way players always get the edge over one-way players.
Okay.
And is Kawhi Leonard's offense closer to Steph Curry's offense, or Steph Curry's defense closer to Kawhi's defense?
Let me add this. BJ, because I gotta answer my wife's phone call real quick, and I gotta leave. But I'm out drop this bomb, so you can answer it P5. I'll listen to the video afterwards. I think that Kawhi Leonard in the elbow, mid-range paint is a lot more devastating than Steph Curry's threes. I think because Steph Curry can not, but I'm looking at the games. I'm not sitting down and reading numbers, and I know what you mean. P5, I understand you 100%. Most people are not gonna understand what you mean. But I'm able to simplify it to a person who's probably a casual fan and sit them down and tell them, what do you think is going on? Because if we go back and look at the 2019 finals, BJ, remember Kawhi Leonard just was freaking. You can't the Warriors couldn't. Nobody understood what even Draymond Green, nobody knew what to do because Kawhi Leonard was just so devastating. Kawhi Leonard was shooting 60% from the elbow. Everything was money. And then Steph Curry, he's obviously, in my opinion, the best shooter to ever shoot the ball flat out. But Steph Curry just does. You can't compare. I think that Kawhi Leonard is just a lot going back to double teams being sent to Kawhi. Kawhi is just way more. It's just a lot more devastating what he can do from the elbow. It's just Steph Curry, he's gonna make a lot of threes. Obviously, he's gonna shoot 40%. But Kawhi Leonard, this dude's just not miss anything. He has it. He's perfect from the field. You see what I'm saying? He's perfect from the field.
I'll correct you. Curry's gonna shoot 45% from three, not 40%.
Yeah.
Here's why you're wrong.
I agree.
Here's why you're wrong. Never, I don't care if it's Jordan, I don't care if it's Kawhi, never should you take a mid-range jump shot, what that is falling at maybe 50-55%, over a three-point shot that's falling at about 44-45%. Never. That's why you're wrong. That's just incorrect thinking. Especially, and you talk about Kawhi receiving double teams at the mid-range line, Curry is getting double teams at the three-point line, and Curry getting double teams at the three-point line garners more spacing for his team, therefore having more impact. He puts the other team in 4-on-3 situations. That's how impactful Curry's double teams are.
Bro, all you have to look at is I got the numbers on the screen right here. That was the numbers in the whole series. And it shows the field goal
about one playoff series, BJ.
It's the only one we have to go with. It's the only one we can go by.
No, but it's not because we're talking about the Raptors, right? Who were, and again, part of this
don't bring up his help with the Raptors, bro. They were not supposed to be trying to win that series.
No. Oh no, wait. When KD wasn't playing, yes, they were.
No,
they were supposed to win.
No, they were not.
With Kevin Durant hurt, especially when Klay Thompson went down in the series.
Klay Thompson didn't go down to Game 6, bro.
He went down in Game 2 as well. He went down in Game 2. He didn't play in Game 2.
They were still losing that series. They were still losing.
The Raptors were supposed. The Raptors, when KD got hurt, they were going to win that series. They were a top 10 defense of all time. And they have a great defensive-minded coach. And again, Kawhi is part of the reason for that. No doubt about it. They also had other great defenders on that team. I'm not doubting that whatsoever.
They were losing that series
going into the series, huh?
They were losing that series with Klay Thompson there. I hate when people bring up Klay Thompson. They were losing that series even when Klay Thompson was playing.
Okay. He's not the only player. He's not the only player I brought up.
That wasn't.
He's not the only player I brought up. I brought up Kevin Durant as well.
Okay. Do you remember? Okay, let me just ask you this simple question. Do you remember what happened in 2017?
I remember the year of 2017. Yes.
You remember when the Spurs faced the Warriors?
Oh, you're gonna reference the 3 quarters of basketball.
No, you didn't.
You're gonna reference 3 quarters of basketball.
I was gonna finish the whole season. The Spurs had a winning record against the Warriors.
Okay.
And every time you giving a given like they were gonna win with KD on the court. They were losing against Kawhi Leonard and the Spurs just a few years before.
So in 2019, right? So if you want to use that,
you want to lose 8 minutes. You want to use 8 minutes compared to 3 quarters.
So if you want to use the same logic, right? In that same year, if I'm not mistaken, you can fact check me on this if I'm wrong.
Oh, I'm gonna do that.
The Cleveland Cavaliers also had a winning record over the Warriors in 2017. Yeah, it was definitely 2017, I believe, because Kyrie was still there. They had a winning record over the Warriors. How come they couldn't win?
Because LeBron folded.
Exactly.
Yeah, Jesus.
KD outplayed them, bro.
And see, that's the only explanation I need to bring you. No.
What
The
you
reason
mean,
that
LeBron?
regular season, the reason that regular season wins and loss records don't matter when it comes to postseason is because in the regular season, you're talking about a 1-game matchup.
I'm using a postseason right here, and you saying you don't want to use it.
We're talking about 2017. You're bringing up the Spurs playing the Warriors in the regular season.
I'm bringing up the only times. What you want to do? You want to use the season? You want to use the post? I can use both. Whatever you want to use.
Use the no.
Okay, I'll use the postseason. Here we are. There's a postseason right here.
Regular season win and loss record against the team does not matter in the playoffs. It doesn't.
No. I'm pulling up their head-to-head numbers on the screen, P5, and one guy affects the ball, both sides of the basketball. One guy affects one side. Look at the numbers.
I'm saying, and so basically what you're telling me is that because Kawhi Leonard over his career, right? And again, we're talking about
P5. Look at the numbers in this series, bro. This head-to-head matchup, because you said Steph Curry affects the game more than Kawhi Leonard. That's what you said.
BJ. I was talking to you about Stephen Curry's peak. I was talking to you about Kawhi Leonard's peak. Do you think how many games have they played against each other? 30-something games? Do you think these 30-something games were within that 3-4 year stretch? No, some of these games
let's talk about
wait. BJ. Some of these games were played when Kawhi was a rookie coming off of the bench.
That's why I'm saying I'm not comparing their whole careers.
Some of these games were played. Some of these games were played. Some of these games were played. You just brought up.
I'm bringing up this is 2019 when they faced. I'm not bringing up their whole entire career.
I thought we already talked about 2019. I told you what the Toronto Raptors did. That top 10 greatest all-time defense did against a hampered Warriors team. They put Stephen Curry in a box and one and made everybody else beat them. Stephen Curry at times would try to force up shots because he had to. They didn't always go in. That's why the shooting splits look bad. But when you watch the series, the Warriors are constantly getting open looks. They're missing the shots, but they're getting those open looks because the defense is so keyed in on one guy.
Bro, this is the same dude. This is the same people that said they didn't need Kevin Durant to win. So now they don't have Kevin Durant.
That's not what that means. What I'm saying is the Raptors were a better team than the Warriors. That's what I'm saying.
No, they were not.
The Raptors were a better team.
The Raptors to come out that series.
The Raptors were a better team. They were a better team. They had more depth.
I will give you
They had more depth. They had more size. They had better defenders. The Warriors had liabilities out there like Marcus Cousins.
They never won anything since. They have not won a championship or been close since that man left that team.
Okay. Guess what? The very next year when Kawhi left, they were still a second seed.
They got out the first. They got the second round, bro.
And guess what? They pushed the Celtics to 7 games. They pushed them to 7 games.
They were out the second round.
7 games.
Can I ask a question real quick?
They were out the second round.
Wait.
I just want to ask a question, bro.
One moment. BJ. Never should. And guess what? When Jordan left the Bulls, that team wasn't anywhere close to. But would you still say that Bulls team wasn't still good?
Timeout. The Raptors did not get past the second round. It's a huge dip from going to the championship.
Bulls were also out of the second round.
The Bulls went to the conference finals.
No, they did not. They were out of the second round.
They were close to the conference finals than what the Raptors.
The Bulls pushed the Cavs to 6 games. The Raptors pushed Boston to 7.
No, they pushed did they push the Knicks to 7 games, the Bulls that year?
No, they pushed them. I'm pretty sure they played the Cavs, maybe. And I'm pretty sure it was pushed to 6.
They faced the Knicks.
I'm pretty sure they pushed the Knicks to 6 games. The Raptors pushed the Celtics to 7.
I'll fact check that right now.
Fact check that for me real quick.
But hold on, I want to ask.
Don't quote me on it, but fact check me. I know for a fact they also pushed Boston to 7. And guess what? They lost that game 7 in the final minute of the game, so they could have won. But we're not gonna.
Hey, bro, let me ask you a question, right?
What's up?
So, when we talk about the championship teams, right? Don't the teams with the all-time, the All NBA first team defenders, don't they usually win the championship?
And that's cap. They got to the 7 game, not 6.
Okay, you fact check me. Don't quote me on that. What I'm saying though is, would you say that Bulls team is a bad team? Because I'm talking about a Raptor team that minus Kawhi was still a second seed.
Hold on, let's stay on topic, G. I'm saying
we're on topic. We're on topic.
I'm saying you didn't want to use that one round. You didn't want to use the Raptors against.
We've been on this topic the whole time.
No, but you keep saying, well, we can't use that. We can't. You're using one round of that.
So you want to use the round we're talking about right now. That's the round we're talking. Let's use BJ. You posed the argument that Toronto.
I posed the argument. I got you on that
argument. BJ, you gave me the argument that Raptor team wasn't good when Kawhi left. They were still a good. They were good.
They were good, but what you're doing is you're saying the main guy had a team instead of saying the guy had the team had the main guy. The reason why they got to where they got to is because Kawhi was on that team.
It goes hand in hand, BJ. It goes hand in hand. It goes hand in hand, BJ. That's listen. Did the Raptors need the guy to be a championship team? Yes. Did Kawhi?
I gotta ask this.
But at the same time, did Kawhi need a team to be a championship winner? Yes. Yes, he did.
Okay, of course you need a team, G. But
of course, that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, BJ. The Raptors were a good team. They were a better team than the Warriors.
This is what I'm saying. Everywhere the dude goes, they automatically turn to a championship team. That's the difference between what you're trying to compare with the Raptors.
Will the Clippers turn into an automatic championship team in 2020? What happened in 2020? Stop. No, you don't want to answer that question. What happened in 2020?
Everywhere the dude goes, it's a championship caliber.
What happened in 2020?
Every team he goes to is a championship.
What happened in 2020? What happened in 2020?
That's not what I said. Stop being
you literally just said every team Kawhi goes to when he plays. So now a championship caliber team blows a 3-1 lead in the second round.
That's what I said the first time. You didn't. That's what I said the first time. Everywhere the dude goes, it's a championship caliber team, automatically.
So the Raptors are still a championship caliber team in 2020. Then I got you.
Go ahead, KB.
Because the Raptors did the exact same thing that Kawhi did in 2020. The exact same thing.
Except win a championship.
In 2020, they were both knocked out of the second round in 7 games.
I said a championship caliber team, P5.
The Clippers were not a championship caliber team
won a title in 2019.
In 2020, they were not a championship caliber team. If you're saying they were, the Raptors were too.
Hold on. Weren't the Clippers picked to go to the championship by the odd makers? Weren't they picked to go to the finals?
Oh, so you're basing it off the odd makers.
Based off of what was being talked about, they were picked to go to the finals.
So you're basing off of the media now, BJ.
I'm saying they're based off of what was being picked because of one guy getting on that team.
BJ, do you think the Clippers were a championship contender team?
Yes, they were a championship.
Do championship contending teams
they were a
blow 3-1 leads in the second round?
That's why the hell they were picked to go to the finals. They
lost. Does that make them a championship contending team?
They were picked to go to the finals, P5.
Does that make them a championship contending team?
They were picked to go to the finals. You answer that question.
Were they picked? Yes, they were picked by most people to go to the finals. Yes.
That makes you a championship caliber team.
No, that does not. The media does not make you a championship caliber team. People were saying that the Nets in 2021 or 2022 were a championship contender.
I got you in one argument. Want me to get you another one?
Go ahead.
I got you in one argument. You want me to get you another one?
What argument did you get me in?
For one, you said that the Bulls lost in 6 games. I got you.
I was mistaken. I was mistaken. What I'm saying is the Raptors did the exact same thing.
Hold on. I'm saying let's just compare the peaks, bro. You said Steph Curry's peak from what 2015 to 2018.
I would mostly say 2016 to 2019.
Okay, so 2016 and 2019. What did Steph do? He went to three NBA Finals in a row, right?
Yeah.
2016 and 17, 2017, 2018, 2018, 19.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
With the 3 NBA Finals, they won 2016, 2015, 2017, 2018.
Yes.
So they won 3 championships.
Yes.
Kawhi won, and when he went to his peak was 2017 to 2021. He went to 1 NBA Finals.
Yes. Right? And guess what? I'm not going to even slight Kawhi because he got hurt in the playoffs a couple of those years. When you could argue they could have won 2017, I'm not letting you make that argument. 2021 for sure, but I mean, it is what it is. Because I don't know why you're saying championships. I'm not judging them off of their championships. I'm not.
So what are you judging them off of?
I'm basing it off of I believe Curry impacted the game of basketball more than Kawhi did. I think he had more on the court impact than Kawhi did, simply due to the fact of what he was able to do offensively. Far better than Kawhi.
What about defensively, P5?
I already told you. I don't think Kawhi during those years was to the level defensively of guys that can supersede what Curry was doing.
What numbers do you have though to to back that up other than your belief?
It's not numbers. It's just the eye test.
Can I ask you a question, bro?
So
What's
you
up?
have no metrics. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. So I'm trying to ask this question. Now, how many championship teams have an all NBA defender on there?
I would assume maybe all of them do.
Okay, so all of them do, which means defense wins championships, right?
Yeah, I would say that.
Okay, so Kawhi being an offensive, Kawhi in this prime would give you what, 27 to 30 points?
In the playoffs, yes.
Okay, so not only is he giving you 27 to 30 points, he's also able to lock down your best offensive player. And he don't need help. He could do it all by himself. He don't need no team defense. He don't need help or
In
nothing.
2019, he had team defense, so we're not going to say.
No, I'm not saying he didn't. I'm saying he don't need it. Meaning.
Tell me a series where he didn't need it.
What do you mean?
He's no P5. He's saying, you know, I mentioned the point that Kawhi can go to any team, no matter what's around him, and still make use of it. That's what
he went to good teams. Yes, he went to good teams.
No. He goes to teams. He elevates good teams. P5.
Yeah. That's what great players do.
That's what great players do. Nowhere near winning the championship before he got there. Bro.
Go ahead, P. Go ahead, KB.
That Toronto Raptors team was nowhere near winning a championship before he got there. Nowhere
I
near.
agree with you.
Okay, so obviously he has impact, right? So
yes,
his impact is of a two-way player, meaning the reason why defense is so important. Because if you can't get off, bro, it don't matter how much you score. All this offensive impact don't matter. The best player on the team can't get off. So you neutralize the best player on the other team, more than likely you're going to win.
So tell me. All right, so tell me. In 2019, because we're talking about 2019 a whole lot, and I give kudos to Kawhi for 2019. In the Milwaukee Bucks series, do you believe that Kawhi Leonard was guarding Giannis Antetokounmpo by himself?
I didn't say that.
Okay, I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying you did. And you just said you didn't say that, so I believe you don't believe that he did that either. I didn't say you said that. And why I asked that is I get to the point of, was Kawhi an amazing individual defender? Yes, he was amazing. Is Kawhi locking up great offensive players by himself one-on-one for a whole game or let alone a whole series? No, he's not. He's never been asked to do that. He's never done that. There's no proof to say that he can't. There's no proof to say anybody in NBA history can do that from the perimeter.
So what did he do to LeBron? What did he do to LeBron in 2014 then?
He played the point of attack. He played the point of attack against the Miami Heat team that did not have that much spacing.
No, I mean,
go through the numbers. Wait. I'll talk about the numbers. he played the point of attack against LeBron James when LeBron James had a injured Chris Bosh and a 15 points and a 15 points per game Dwayne Wade. And I'm not sliding Kawhi. He played amazing defense on LeBron. I'm not saying he didn't. He did that,
injured
right?
Chris Bosh, injured this, no space.
No. It's called context, BJ. It's called context. Because I feel like because what I feel like
I was playing on one leg in 2019.
Because I feel like what y'all are trying to tell me is that Kawhi locked up LeBron one-on-one all by himself. He never did that. That's not what happened. No, it's not.
What he's saying is P5 is that he can do things that Steph Curry can't do on defense, and that matters. When
and
you
Curry,
say
and Kawhi and Stephen Curry can do things that Kawhi Leonard could never dream of either.
Shooting threes, moving out the ball.
No. You're understating it. You are understating. I'm talking about shooting threes, 10 a game at 44% from three, which is like plus 100, plus 150 above everybody else in the league.
I'm not saying Curry doesn't get hot. I'm not saying Curry don't get hot, but I've seen Curry get cold too. You're not going to always shoot 44%. So when your shot ain't falling,
he did that though. He did that multiple seasons. What are you talking about?
So why did Andre Iguodala win the MVP?
Because of narratives and fake ESPN.
No, I'm just saying why. But what was the reasons though? It wasn't just because of narratives. It was because of his defense, right?
Which was a narrative.
Because Steph, hold on, his defense was good now.
It was good. It wasn't bad.
I'm not saying he deserved it. I'm not saying he deserved it. I'm saying the defense that he played helped them win, bro. That's what I'm saying.
It for sure did. It helped. Defense always helps.
Listen what I'm saying, though. Follow me real quick. Steph cannot go guard a LeBron James, correct?
No, Steph cannot guard LeBron, no.
But Kawhi can, right?
Kyrie Irving.
Kawhi can, right?
To an extent, yes.
To an extent. Damn.
That's everybody, though. That's everybody.
Man,
That's
come
everybody.
on, bro.
Come on, man.
That's everybody. Wait. Let me be clear. When I say he can guard LeBron, do you mean lock up LeBron one-on-one?
Well, come on, bro.
We trying to add shit on. You know what he's saying, P5. P5, he's literally saying he was able to.
Okay. Can Kawhi Leonard hold his own against LeBron? Yes.
Okay, so Steph can't, right?
No, he cannot. No.
So that's the reason why LeBron went crazy on Harrison Barnes and them, right? If Kawhi was on the team, do you think LeBron still puts up the same numbers he did
against the
on
Warriors?
that Warriors team? If you replace Kawhi with Steph, you think LeBron still puts up the same numbers, or you think his numbers go down?
He's still averaging above 30 points a game.
I didn't say that.
His numbers. Are you talking about he's shooting?
I didn't say that, bro.
No. Because I don't understand what you're asking me. Because LeBron wasn't. LeBron. It's not like LeBron's efficiency was. It's not like LeBron's efficiency was that good in that series anyway. He was shot chucking.
But you're adding an all-time great defender on top of.
So was LeBron all of a sudden shooting below 35% from the field?
He might. I don't know. But
I don't think he is. No, I don't think he gets that bad.
Inefficient
No, it does not get that bad.
When guarded by Kawhi, he shot inefficient in them finals.
It does not get that. Yes, he did. And guess what?
That shit matters.
You can't ignore that.
Yes, it matters. It matters because the Spurs defense was amazing against LeBron. That's what makes
Kawhi's defense was part of the reason, bro. The Kawhi's defense was mainly part of the reason, bro. The thing that Steph Curry can't do is defend on a high level.
And something that Kawhi Leonard can't do is engine a top 5, top 10 all-time great offense.
But
That's
hold
one thing
on.
that Kawhi can't
I asked
do.
you what was the problem between. Go ahead.
KB, I'm just gonna ask P5 the main because he's saying he understands defense matters, but I don't think he really wants to admit it. P5, how many losing seasons have Steph Curry have in his prime?
Losing seasons, like his team was below 500?
Yes, or was in the play-in?
Or was in the play-in? It was 2015. That wasn't. 2016 he wasn't. 17 wasn't. 18 wasn't. 19 he was hurt. Are you giving me? Are you gonna give Curry the pass for 19?
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
Wait, no, 19 he was winning 20. It's 2020 that you're giving him the pass, right?
Right.
In 2021 he was a playing team. They were above 500, but he was a playing team. And you said playing. That's fine. 2022, no. It happened to Curry twice throughout his career.
Okay. Now, how many times has Kawhi Leonard been in the play-in?
He hasn't been in the play-in yet. No.
How many times has Kawhi Leonard been less than a 6th seed going into the playoffs?
That's the same question. He hasn't been. He hasn't been in the play-in yet. No.
Okay, so he's not been in the play-in every year he's healthy. So who's top three? Who's top 3 in winning percentage of all time? P5.
I guess since you're saying it, I'm going to assume it's Kawhi, right?
Okay. So do you see my point when I'm saying there's a reason why no matter where he goes, his teams always are in the playoffs. They're always top 4 seeds because of the effect that he has on both ends of the basketball and the amount of calmness he brings his entire team.
Calmness.
And the amount of load he's able to carry on both sides, not just offensively. That shit matters when it comes to.
Okay, now BJ, can I argue that point real quick?
Go ahead.
And say why I think you're missing some context here. Some context, not all context, but some context.
Ahead. Be my guest.
When Kawhi Leonard first broke out into the league, because I'm going to talk about his whole career, because he brought up this.
You can bring it up. I'm not even talking about his beginning. I said that's why I said his prime. I gave you.
Well, are you talking about prime winning percentage or entire career winning percentage?
I said prime. What I said, if Steph Curry, when has he missed the play-in? I mean, has he been in the play-in?
No. Because pull up BJ. I'm not arguing that point. That point's true. I'll get to that in a minute. You said Kawhi Leonard was top 3 in all-time winning percentage, right?
Right.
That includes his entire career, right?
Right.
Okay. I want to dispute that. It happened. Congratulations, Kawhi. Kawhi, when he first came into the league, did not have to carry that much of a two-way load for, like, I believe 3 seasons. He broke it in 2011, right?
Right.
Yeah. So 2012, 13, 14, I would say even 15. That's 4 years right there, right? Where Kawhi Leonard did not have to carry that huge of an offensive defensive load. Maybe 2015 if I'm being wrong, but that's at least 3 seasons, maybe 4, where he didn't carry that big of a load.
Yeah,
he was on a
first
team.
season,
Wait.
yeah.
He was on a team that was winning before him, and that was
Right.
winning with him as a role player, right? So he was on a team that was already successful, winning all that. 2016, 2017, I'll give it to you. Kawhi was the best player on a really good team. They brought in LaMarcus Aldridge. They still had guys like Danny Green on the roster. Popovich was still coaching. It was a really good team. Kawhi was the main reason they were winning. It was still a really good team, though. 2017, he gets hurt. 2017 was one of the really good years for him. 2018, he gets hurt. 2019, he goes on to the Raptors. He elevates them to a championship contending team, but we're talking about winning percentage here. That Toronto Raptor team only lost DeMar DeRozan, and they actually added Marc Gasol to the roster midseason. That Raptor team was already a top 3 seed in the Eastern Conference year in and year out. So he goes on to another good team in Toronto. He leaves the Raptors, goes to the Clippers with Paul George. They immediately become one of the best teams in the West. It's not like he's going on to a bad team and elevating them to a winning team. He's going on to a team that now has 2, and you love two-way players, 2 of the best two-way players in the game. And he's been on a team like that since he's been healthy, right? So we're not going to act like Kawhi's ever been on a bad team and he's been the only reason they were able to win games. It's not true. And we're going to talk about Curry's teams now. I'll come back to the Curry point. In 2021, BJ, outside of Draymond Green, right? Tell me the third best player on that team that can help take the load off of Stephen Curry on the offensive end. Tell me.
Okay. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to pull up the roster. I'm going to get back to your point. Because I do give Steph Curry this. Okay. He's on the phone.
He might have to come back.
All right, my bad. Homeboy was calling me. I told him I was doing the podcast. Had to let him go. What were you saying?
So offensively, no, Draymond Green was not the offensive scorer, but Draymond Green's a guy that Steph Curry needs.
Christopher D, I know. But go ahead.
So that's what I'm saying, though. We're complaining about Draymond Green scoring, but obviously Steph Curry needs Draymond Green on the team. That's why he ain't left the team yet.
For defensive purposes, he doesn't need him
and playmaking.
No, we're not doing that. No, we're not doing that.
Hold on, P5.
No,
for playmaking purposes. For playmaking purposes, P5. Don't do that.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing
what? You telling me he ain't got to use
so BJ, who's elevating who? Does Draymond need Curry or does Curry need Draymond? Or is it two ways?
They both need each other. They all need each other.
Okay. Say it more so like that. Because here's my thing. Here's my thing with Draymond Green. He's not taking an offensive load off of Stephen Curry. What I think Draymond is doing is he's elevating what Curry can be on the defensive end. And he's an amazing pick and roll partner with Curry, right? He's not taking any type of scoring load, any type of ball handling role.
Yes, he is.
Off of Curry.
Yes, he is.
If you look at 2021,
Curry cannot run an offense,
BJ, please listen. If you look at 2021, I don't know if you know this. That was the year where Stephen Curry handled the ball outside of this year. Handled the ball the most up until that point because he didn't have anybody else to handle the ball like that anymore. He didn't have Klay Thompson that could do little 1, 2, 3 dribbles into a pull. He didn't have Kevin Durant on the roster anymore. He didn't have other guys that could control the rock like a Sean Livingston anymore. He didn't have guys like that anymore. Or when Sean Livingston would come in would play next to Curry. Curry didn't have that stuff anymore. Yet Curry was still able to put up arguably his best offensive season. I wouldn't say it's better than 2016.
But the Warriors win because of their defense too, right?
Exactly. They've always been top 5 in defense. The Warriors have always been top 5 in defense in all those dynasty years. Oaktown, you can vouch for me for this. It wasn't the offense that was getting them damn.
The Warriors in 2017, I can guarantee you, were not a top 10 defense.
KD was one of the best rim protectors.
I can almost guarantee you that the Golden State Warriors.
KD was one of the best rim protectors in 2017. You realize?
You goddamn right he was. Andrew Bogut was.
Yeah, for sure he was, but. Yeah, for sure he was. So I'm about to look at these numbers. I'm going to go to 2016, 17, 18, and 19. I better see top 5 defenses. I know in 2022. I know in 2022 they were a top 5 defense. I'll give you that. No, in 2022 they were. They might have been in 2016. I'm almost confident that there was one year here where the Warriors are like 12th in defensive rating. I'm confident in that almost. I might be wrong, but let's double check.
But meanwhile, you doing that, right? I want to speak to the Spurs point, right? The Spurs ain't win till like They went through a drought for like 6 years.
Thank you.
They weren't like they needed Kawhi to win, bro.
For sure. But you said they were winning. You said they were winning though. They weren't winning.
You were talking about career winning percentage. Were the Spurs not always still a top seed in the West?
What I
wasn't talking about championships. I wasn't questioning Kawhi's impact as a championship player. I was talking about his winning percentage and acting like him being on the Spurs didn't help that. It did.
No. The Spurs got him, and they got. Okay, let me tell you something real quick, and you'll go through this pattern right here with the Spurs, the Raptors, and the Clippers.
The Warriors in 2018 were the 11th rated defense. In 2018, they were the 11th rated defense.
What were they in 2017?
Oh, in 2017 they were third. I looked at it. In 2018 they were 11th. One of the dynasty years.
Still a top defense.
In 2018 they weren't even top 10.
Their defense made a big impact on them winning championships.
It did, but their offense was even bigger.
They had Andrew Bogut too. They had Draymond Green, Andrew Bogut.
Yeah, so those teams also had Stephen Curry, Kevin Durant, and Klay Thompson. Their offense was more impactful.
I'm talking about a different year. You're talking about
2016?
No, I'm talking about 2015 on. Well, 2015, 2016. No, Bogut got hurt. Bogut.
You're talking about 2015. The Warriors were a top 5 defense.
Yeah, Bogut got hurt.
And you're talking about 2017. The Warriors in 2017.
That's one of the reasons why Cleveland came back, because Bogut got hurt. In 2016.
Bro, hold on. Let me just make this point. The Spurs. Okay, so from 2007 until 2012 P5, where were the Spurs?
They were either. I know one year they were a first round exit. I know one year they were second round. They might have made a conference finals, but where they were in the standings, which is the point that I was talking about. You're talking about something that I haven't even said. The San Antonio Spurs, if I'm not mistaken, outside of again maybe 1 or 2 years, I'm not 1,000% confident. You can look at this. The Spurs were like, I'm sure, like either 51 teams or around 51 teams every year.
Right. So in the season they were winning, but the postseason they were not living up to expectations. Right. So when Kawhi
I'm not saying that the Spurs were living up to. I'm just saying in the regular season, which is what Kawhi's career winning percentage would be, they were still a great regular season.
No. But I'm saying there's something to say that every team he goes to, they get elevated up. And then when he leaves the team, they automatically go back down. Since the Spurs lost Kawhi Leonard, where have they been?
Playoffs 1 year.
Lottery.
Yeah, playoffs 1 year, lottery. Yeah.
So what have the Raptors been since Kawhi left?
Second round, first round. Now they're in the lottery.
Okay. If Kawhi Leonard leaves the Clippers, where are the Clippers?
I think they're like a playing team right now as it stands. I'm not gonna lie to you.
So you see the impact the dude has when he not just gets there, but he actually, like, the Spurs, as much history as they have, they've only been back to back one time in the Tim Duncan era.
Where are the Warriors? Where are the Warriors in 2021 if Curry's not there?
They're out. But I'm not denying Steph Curry.
You see what I'm saying here? The thing, it goes two ways.
Kawhi's impact.
I'm saying Kawhi's impact. The Warriors without Draymond, though.
They're still better than if they were without Curry.
Man,
way better
I'm not saying that. I'm asking you a specific question.
When y'all saw when they were without Klay Thompson for 2 years.
Kobe Bryant.
Hold on. For Klay Thompson for 2 years, where were the Warriors?
They were also without Curry for one of those years. You understand that, right?
I know but what happened the other year Klay Thompson wasn't there?
They were a playing team.
Okay, so my thing is I've seen them with Draymond. Without Draymond, they're an average team. Without Steph, they're a below average team. Without Klay Thompson, they're a below average team. So it ain't one guy or the other. You have Steph, you're automatically gonna win. Even with Steph being healthy, and even when Steph is healthy, and when Steph is scoring damn near 30 points a game, the Warriors have still been a playing team. You have Kawhi. Hold on.
I don't understand.
Hold on. With Kawhi Leonard, you're not going to the damn play-in with him being healthy. That's not happening. You're not going.
If you put Kawhi on that 2021 Warriors team, I guarantee you that team is a playing team.
No, they're not. You want to bet?
They are a play-in team. They're a playing team. You want to bet? That Warriors team could that Warriors team could not play defense outside of Draymond Green. That Warriors team could not shoot the ball. That Warriors team could not create. Stephen Curry and Draymond single-handedly carried that team to where they had to be.
P5, do you want to bet? Do you want to bet if Kawhi's on that 21 playing team or 21 Warriors team, they're not in the play-in? I will bet you
how
right
would we
now.
bet that? How would we bet that?
Because I have not seen Kawhi being in the play-in ever. So you can't say he's going to be in the play-in.
You've never seen him on a team like the 2021 Warriors.
You understand? He elevates that team.
If that Clipper team doesn't have Kawhi Leonard on it, they're still a playoff team, BJ.
Which
still a playoff team.
They were a playing team.
They're still. I'm talking about last year's team, BJ. Last year's team.
P5. I only seen 1 year. Kawhi's been out for one full season, and they were in the play-in.
Let me see how many games Paul George played.
36 or 31.
He played.
Yeah,
so
that
team was without PG and Kawhi. Like, what? And they were still a 7th seed.
They were a playing team that majority of that whole career, that whole season.
Kawhi didn't play a full season. Kawhi didn't play a full season. PG didn't even play half the year, and that team was still a 7th seed.
That were still a 7th seed. They're still playing. That's a playing team.
But that's without their 2 best players, which would go on to tell you that that's a good team.
They were a playing, bro. They only had Reggie Jackson and Marcus Morris in that team.
BJ.
Those are role players.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. If PG and Kawhi are there, we can both agree that is a top 3 seed, right?
Top 4.
Right. Top 4, top 5, whatever you want to say. They're not a playing team. That team did not have Kawhi Leonard the entire year, and Paul George didn't even play half the year. That team was still a 7th seed. Would that not go to show you that Clipper team, even without them, wasn't good, wasn't at all a playoff contender? Would that not go on to show you that team was competent, though?
That team was a team led by Reggie Jackson and Marcus Morris, bro.
Would that team as a collective
they had collective good role players on that team.
Yes. Which give you a competent
I have multiple years with Steph Curry being a play-in even when he's healthy. Multiple examples. You're trying to use a cherry pick a season where I gave you they were still a playing team without Kawhi Leonard to try to put your point. The bottom line is that when Kawhi Leonard is healthy, no matter what team you have, you're not going to have him in the play-in.
BJ, what you're not understanding is me though. We haven't seen that yet. Kawhi's never been on a team like you can't say, oh, no matter what team Kawhi's on, they're not going to be in the play-in. We've never seen him on a less talented team. We've never seen that before.
Bro, you're not going to see it. You're not going to see it because great players elevate. Great players elevate okay teams until above average teams and above average teams too.
And I could argue that, I could argue that Curry elevated a terrible team to an okay team, a terrible team, a lottery team, the worst team in basketball to the play-in. The worst team in basketball to the play-in. What do you think? Is Kawhi elevating the worst team in basketball?
Bro, I'm telling you, if he's on that Warriors team, you're not going to be in the play-in.
I guarantee you that's not happening. I guarantee you.
I bet you it would.
They have to be.
Look. I got a question for you guys. Steph Curry in his prime, Kawhi Leonard in his prime, leading both of their teams. Who's the best player on the court?
You already know my answer. I already saw it.
P5, who's the best player on the court?
Between who?
Prime Kawhi, Prime Curry. Who's the best player on the court?
Prime Curry. What?
You think Prime Curry better than Prime Kawhi?
Yes.
So you think that, okay, all right, I'll let you get it. I'll let you have it. That's your opinion. It's cool.
Okay.
I just don't understand when did one-way players become better than two-way players?
In my opinion, that one-way player is so good at that one thing, they can overcome a two-way player. Yes.
Who?
Curry does it. Magic did it. Those two guys are both good
until he ran into Jordan.
So who was better, Magic or Jordan?
Jordan's a better offensive player than Magic. That doesn't work.
Magic, you just said one-way players. Jordan's a two-way player. Who is the better player?
BJ. Jordan is a better off. If Jordan couldn't
better two-way player.
BJ. If Jordan couldn't play defense, he would still be better than Magic because he's a better offensive player than Magic.
He's a better scorer than Magic.
He's a better offensive player.
He's not a better playmaker than Magic. There's more than just scoring when it comes to offense.
For sure, I get that. Jordan was also still a really good playmaker.
His two-way ability outlasts Magic Johnson's one-way ability. I'll give you a better one. Who's better between Kobe Bryant and Allen Iverson?
Don't do it. I'm here.
Kobe Bryant is a better offensive player than Allen Iverson.
No. Because hold on, how do you determine that?
Kobe Bryant was a better scorer than Allen Iverson.
No, he wasn't.
Kobe Bryant was a better playmaker than Allen Iverson.
No, he wasn't.
He had better playoff translation than Allen Iverson.
No, hold on.
Yes, he did.
You
yes,
know
he
Allen
did.
Iverson.
Yes,
Hold
he
on.
did.
You know Allen
yes,
Iverson.
he did.
You know Allen Iverson has 27 points per game.
He was also more versatile than Allen Iverson as well.
He's a better, bigger player than Allen Iverson. He's a better two-way
Which would
player.
make him a better offensive player than Allen Iverson.
He's a better two-way player. You're trying to negotiate defense.
No. BJ, you're naming me two-way guys that are better than the one-way guys on the one-way.
So name me a one-way guy better than a two-way guy.
Stephen Curry, Kawhi Leonard.
Hey, Shaq.
Stephen Curry,
Shaq.
Kobe Bryant.
Shaq. What? Wait, what?
Stephen Curry, Kobe Bryant.
What are you trying to? What you mean?
Stephen Curry is such a great offensive player, it would supersede whatever Kobe did on the offensive end or the defensive end.
Oh hell no, bro! Hey,
Stephen
Curry.
Stephen Curry at his peak powers. Stephen Curry at his peak powers was a better basketball player than Kobe Bryant.
I got the question for you, bro.
Oh yeah.
That 2009 and that 2009 team, where are they at without Kobe? How about that 2016? Where are they at without Kobe?
Oh, 2016, they're winning about 5 games.
Okay, 2009. What? How many games do you think that Laker team could win? 2009.
35.
He probably wasn't watching basketball at that time.
2010.
Maybe
how
35,
how many games in the Western Conference do you think that they'll win in 2010?
Maybe 35, 40-ish.
Okay. All right. So Kobe's impact on both ends led
Okay.
all
So now I'll ask you a question. Now I'll ask you a question. Where is that Warrior team in 2022 when you take Curry off the team?
That's 1 year, sir. I just ran.
Answer the question, and then I'll give you more.
Do I get to replace him with Kobe or Kawhi?
I'll give you more years.
Kobe gets them to the playoffs. You know that, right?
Answer the question. I'll give you more years.
22?
Yes.
They don't make it without Curry.
Where is that 2023 Warriors team without Curry? The team
hold on.
No, I went to years they won,
fuck
sir.
that. No.
You said you gave me 4 years. I can't give you more than one.
Hold on. I get to replace Curry for a player, or do I just get a chance to just leave him out as is?
He just said leave Kobe out as is. That's what he was saying.
No, I mentioned you championship years with Kobe to show, and you said they win 35 games.
Where is that Warrior team without Curry?
Hold on, sir. Let me finish because I've been patient. You said
they 2006.
Hold on. You said a championship team will win 35 games without Kobe. That's what you said.
Yes.
That's what you said. So I named you 2 championship teams because he went back to back with that team that you think could win 35 games without him. Mic drop. Mic drop.
I didn't hear what you said.
Mic drop, sir.
P5, you said Steph Curry's impact is greater than Kobe's, man.
You gotta knock it off, bro.
That's tough.
You gotta knock it off, bro. That defense means a lot, bro. That offensive defense, the dirty work, it means a lot in
all right. So now here's what I'm doing. I'm gonna ask you.
Damn discussion right there.
So now I'm gonna ask you the same question. You said in 2022 they don't make it. Are they a playoff team still?
In 2022, not without Curry.
Okay. Are they? What about 2015?
No.
So they're not a playoff team in 2015.
No.
Okay, you name me.
But they want to play on. But P5, hold on, KB. There were still 2 years you named where they were playing teams with Curry perfectly fine, and they didn't have Klay Thompson there or Draymond Green was missing certain games.
BJ.
But
Curry was there,
you're trying to make it like
Curry was there. BJ.
Hold
he
on,
just named me.
no,
BJ. It's crazy. No, BJ. Let me talk to you real quick. BJ,
fine, and they still be bottom of the ranked teams. But when they are bottom of the ranked teams, you want to blame those teammates.
BJ.
I
am doing the same thing. BJ, I'm doing the same thing that BJ. I am doing the same thing that KB just said to me. Can I ask him the same things he asked me?
Yes, sir.
So in 2015 and in 2022, you've also admitted they're not a playoff team without Curry. They're not even a playoff team without Curry.
Yes,
You
sir.
named me a non-championship year, 2006. In
I gave you one
2023,
non-championship year.
you named me a 2006.
Yeah, I did.
So in 2023, that gives me the right to say 2023. In 2023, is that Warrior team even in the play-in without Curry?
No.
See,
so the same thing applies. The same thing applies.
No, it don't.
It does.
I just gave you 2 back-to-back championship years, sir. You gave me one. I gave you one 2006.
So now they have to be back-to-back years?
You said what?
I named you 2 championship caliber teams.
You said they win 35 games on the Lakers.
In 20, I just named
years.
you 2. I just named you 2 different championship teams. Also, you said they don't even make the playoffs.
Yeah. But you have
it's
a
the same
playing tournament,
thing.
sir.
It's the same
Hold on,
thing.
you have a playing tournament, sir.
Do they make the
play? Have no
in
playing
2015?
tournament.
In 2015, there was no playing tournament. Did they make the playoffs in 2015?
Yes, they did.
I give
In
you
2015, there's no playing tournament.
No,
Listen,
I
ain't trying
agree
to hear
with
that,
you.
man. This Steph Curry lost to John Morant in the play-in. So what you're trying to do
God,
is on his home court. So his team couldn't have been all his team because he faced a lesser ranked team in Memphis that year and got beat on his own home court. So don't act like his team was just so terrible he couldn't beat he couldn't beat a second year Memphis John Morant team.
No, he could have beat them. He could have beat them. He could have beat them. He could. I'm telling you right now, he could have beat them the same way that Kawhi Leonard could have beaten the Denver Nuggets in 2020. They could have beaten them.
That's great. That's the what other marks do you have besides that one mark?
Okay, so what's the other marks you have against Curry? You only gave me one.
He had 2 play-ins, right? In his prime.
Do you think in his prime?
Hold on.
That is true.
2020. Are you saying last year Curry's still in his prime?
Wait, hold on. KB, is Steph Curry in his prime right now?
Yes, sir. He's still in his prime.
Absolutely not. I cannot get with that. No, absolutely.
You think he's past his prime?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Wait,
think
absolutely.
you're
Yes,
getting
I don't
peak
think
in
Curry's
prime.
anywhere near the
I
same
think you're
player.
getting peak in
I
prime.
don't think this version of Curry is anywhere near the same player he was even just
Hold
2
on.
years
So
ago.
wait a minute, time out. You're telling me he's not in his prime right now. He's not at his peak. He's not at his peak, but he is damn sure in his prime.
I can't get with
man,
that.
that's
No.
bullshit. That's bullshit.
I can't get with
man.
that. I
Hell
cannot
no,
get
bro.
with that.
He's in his prime.
I can't get with
What
that.
the hell?
I can't get with that.
This dude is in his. He damn near. He won the
I
damn
cannot get with
Olympics
that.
for the Olympic team this year.
I got a question
cannot
for
get with
P5 though. I got a question. Which Western Conference was harder, Kobe's or Steph's?
Oh, I would say Kobe's.
Okay. So, how many games did you have to win to be the 8th seed in Kobe's Western Conference without a play-in tournament?
I know a couple of years. It was either high 40s or low 50s.
It was high 40s.
Yeah.
And it was you had to win damn near 50 games just to make the playoffs.
Yeah. Your point?
My point is when you say Curry's more better than Kobe at his peak, that was crap, sir.
Okay, so now KB, I'll ask you the same question now. Western Conference teams do not only play within the Western Conference. They also play Eastern Conference teams for a good amount of the schedule. Would you agree with me if I told you that the 2000s East is like the worst Eastern Conference we've ever seen?
Would you I would agree, but would you agree if I told you that the Western Conference you had to beat the Spurs just to get to the finals?
Yeah, I would say that. I would agree with you. Yeah.
Okay, so you have to beat great teams just to even get to the championship rounds.
Yeah.
Right? Correct?
Yeah, for sure.
When Steph, well, what year? Those 2 years Steph made it with KD, right? Did he? Who did they go against? They went against the Rockets.
So they played. I can tell you, they played in 20. You're talking about the KD years, right?
Yeah.
2017, they played in 2017. They played who they play? They played the Blazers. That's not whatever. They played, I believe, also the Utah Jazz, the Donovan Mitchell rookie Utah Jazz, and they also played in the conference. Oh, yeah, that was the year the 2017 Spurs. Kawhi got hurt. Yada 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 yada.
So the road that Kobe went
in 2018, They played who did they play in 2018 in the first round?
Then they
The
played
Pelicans. They played the Pelicans.
They played Pelicans, then they played.
Yes,
Clippers, right?
Curry didn't play the first few. Well, no. It was the Spurs in 2018 in the first round. Curry doesn't play, but the Spurs aren't that good of a team. Then they play the Pelicans in the second round.
So we can say no, right? Just to save time.
Oh no! I don't think the Warriors play tougher competition.
Okay,
No.
so therefore, Kobe's back to back without KD, we compare back to backs, was tougher, and it was harder to do. It was harder to do, right, than Curry's.
We could agree.
Okay, so without Kobe, that Laker team wins how many games? Sir?
What the fuck?
Can you answer this question?
Yeah, I can answer the question still.
What happened to your cat? Was that a cat?
No, bro. What the fuck was that?
It was so
All that
weird
cap,
noise.
all that cap. You saying
It was a weird noise in your background, but without Kobe, right? You said that team wins 30-something games.
Yeah.
Okay, so that team's still a playoff team with KD, right?
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah.
Okay, so how is Curry? You got to explain this to me. How is Pete Curry better than Kobe?
Because everything that you just said is not how I judge a player's peak. It's not based on their competition. It's not based on how far they make it in the playoffs. No, I'm about to tell you. It's not based off who they played with. It's not based on the competition. It's not based how far they make it in the playoffs. It is their individual impact on the court, what they do. Right? Nothing to do with who wins. Nothing to do with who loses. Nothing to do with any of that.
So Kobe as a scorer, did he demand double teams and triple teams? Did Kobe demand double teams and triple teams as a scorer?
Yes, he did.
Especially further out by the 3-point line, right?
Not as far as Curry, but
I didn't say as far as Curry. I didn't say that.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I can be there. No, bro. Keep going.
He said
it. Keep going. We're playing semantics. Keep going.
Hey, P5. Good night, bro.
We're playing semantics. Keep going. We're playing semantics here. I'm giving you that point.
I was done. I was just asking you to. I wanted to ask you.
Oh well, then
Kobe
no.
Bryant had gravity too, so we can't
Yeah,
just act like Steph.
Kobe had gravity. Kobe had gravity.
And that led to a lot of his teammates being wide open because he was triple teamed, often triple teamed at times.
Yes. Would you say that Kobe Bryant's gravity was anywhere near Curry's gravity?
It was close.
See, that's where we disagree. I can't get.
It was close because
I
guess
cannot
what?
get with you on that.
Guess what?
I can't get with you on that.
Guess what? Kobe's gravity was also in the mid range too.
Curry's gravity was all over the entire court.
No, listen to what I'm saying. He's not the mid range threat Kobe was. Let's not play games.
You don't have to be. Listen, KB. Did Curry take that many mid range shots? No. Was he a good mid range shooter? Yes. I'm not saying no. Wait.
Hey, P5. Has he ever been guarded? Has he ever been guarded by 4 people?
Well, Curry's never taken a shot like that. He would have passed it out.
No, that wasn't what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. I said you said he hasn't had the gravity that Steph had. Has he ever been quadruple teamed?
Let me find out.
Yeah, you find out.
Because you looked up that picture. Now let me find a Curry quadruple team. Oh yeah. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. Go
ahead.
So since you want to do that, I would say yes. Stephen Curry has been quadruple team before. Look at this picture. Look at this. 2 different occasions. 3 different occasions in the finals. Look at this. Yes, he's being quadruple teamed at the hash mark, at the half court line, at the logo. Yes, he's been quadruple teamed. Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and pull that up on my screen. Take that down for quick.
Yes, Curry's been quadruple teamed at the logo.
Let me see. That's a triple team, sir.
There's four Celtics on him. There's 4. Look at this. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 Suns players on him.
I saw the Raptors picture you put up.
Okay, look at the Suns picture. They're guarding him at the logo. 4 of them. And you'll see another picture with the Celtics. The entire team is collapsed on him.
You mean this picture right here?
Yes,
that's 5 people. So all 5 guys regarding Steph. That's 5 people, sir.
I know they're four of them for sure. The other two are still helping on him.
So all 5 people were around Steph like that.
Yes.
Look, I don't remember that play, but I'll let you have it. 5 people were guarding this guy.
Yes.
5 people were guarding this dude.
Yes.
P5. 5 dudes were guarding Steph Curry.
Are you saying that's Photoshop?
I'm gonna ask the chat. So I'm gonna be on. 5 people were around Steph Curry. 5.
That's 5 guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's that's the entire team.
Right. It must be the first time in NBA history that's ever happened.
Have you ever seen? And go back to the Suns picture. Have you ever seen a guy get quadruple team from the logo? Has that ever happened before? No.
Let's stick to this 5 people around him right
now.
Let's stick to that 5 people around him right now, because you really trying to sell this shit. You really trying to sell this shit, man. Think I wasn't
even
gonna
if you
check
don't
this,
believe
man.
it. Guess what? Even if you don't believe it, even if you don't believe it,
man, you can walk on water too, huh?
Even if you don't believe that picture, the next picture is a clear 4K camera photo of Curry being quadruple teamed at the logo.
P5, have you ever seen? Did you watch Kobe live?
No,
live.
He
No,
he obviously did it.
Okay,
live. No,
bro. What Curry deals with, bro, is the same type of defense Kobe was dealing with. Kobe was dealing. I mean,
at the
not
logo,
defense, but the way, huh?
At the logo,
Kobe was guarded, bro. Show him, BJ.
Kobe was being quadruple teamed at the logo.
Hold on. The only reason you're using this logo shit is this is the only thing, okay? All it is that Steph Curry is the best 3-point shooter of all time, which is what I'm going to not argue with. That's his number 1 weapon, is shooting 3-point shots. So yes, you're going to put your most pressure on him at the perimeter. It's the same thing,
which makes him more gravity than Kobe.
Kobe attracted a lot of attention on that damn court.
For the fact that you said that, bro, it shows me you didn't
watch
Kobe.
I know you watch Curry and you feel
you couldn't have watched Kobe saying that shit.
But I'm telling you,
listen.
Kobe had gravity.
Kobe, KB. If a guy is getting quadruple teamed at the mid range, right? Because we can all agree, Kobe's bread and butter was the mid-range, right? Or just getting to the rim in general. That was his bread and butter, right? BJ just said Curry's bread and butter was shooting 3. So, of course, teams are going to quadruple team him at the logo. Of course they're going to do that. Like, who wouldn't do that?
They don't do that all the time, bro.
They don't do it all the time, but the
just
fact
like
that
with
it happens,
Kobe,
the fact that it happens at all. And by the way, this is
bro,
in transition, by the way.
Too.
This is at the logo.
Bro, you gotta watch more Kobe, bro.
I've seen all the Kobe I need to see. Kobe Bryant, he drew double teams, he drew triple teams. He did that. Curry was doing the exact same thing from deeper range, and he was doing it off of the basketball.
So P5, what does Curry do better than Kobe? Hold on.
P5, what is on the line? They threw everything they had at Kobe, bro.
They just like Curry. Every single team in the NBA throws everything they have at Curry. They do that.
We're talking about from distance in an era where the 3 wasn't.
They do it from every part of the floor with Curry.
Bro,
what does Curry do better than?
So how do you think? How do you think teams were guarding Kobe when he dropped 12 points? He dropped 12 threes in the game. How do you think they would guard him?
You tell me. They were probably double teaming him. They were probably double teaming triple teaming him. They were probably double and triple teaming him.
Probably. They were throwing everything in the kitchen.
And guess what? And guess what? How do you think Curry was guarded on nights where he would also shoot 10, 11 threes in a game?
No, I'm not saying.
Well, then quit saying things that are applicable to Curry.
Listen what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Curry did not get guarded like that. I'm saying you're discounting Kobe's gravity as well.
I'm not discounting that. I'm saying that Curry's is far better.
No, it's not far better. That's bullshit. Hold on. P5. What does Curry do better than Kobe on the court? Other than shoot threes?
You can't say that.
No, I can.
But
because you're saying. Just answer the question. Answer the question.
I'm about to listen for you. I'm about to listen for you. I will say it, but I'm focused on the other things I'm about to say because I'm going to just list them off. He was a far better shooter.
Yes.
He was far more efficient scorer. From just in general, even when we're talking about relative to league average.
No.
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, absolutely, he was. What are we doing here? What are we doing?
I'm gonna let you keep going. This soft ass era, you trying to compare the defense.
I'm talking
to the
about relative to your own league. I'm talking about relative to your own league.
I say think shooting, ball handling, defense, athletic.
Oh, he was a better ball handler. He was a better ball
all
handler.
the attributes.
Better,
all the
attributes.
I'm
naming. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that.
I'm gonna tell you everything Kobe was better without trying to bend the rules. He was a better scorer, more athletic, better defender, better footwork, better in the post. I ain't gonna even say stronger because that's not even fair. But I named 5 attributes: more clutch. He's more clutch than Steph
Here's
Curry.
the attributes that I care.
He's just a better overall player than.
Here's
Steph
the things
Curry,
that I care most about. Right, Curry's peak, the greatest shooter of all time.
About to do it again.
No. This matters though. It matters. It does matter to me, at least. It matters to me. He was a far better shooter. Stephen Curry was far more efficient relative to his own league. Not comparing Curry to Kobe's shooting dry. I'm comparing it relative to the league they played in. And even then, Curry was still far more efficient. Curry was a better ball handler than Kobe Bryant. Curry was a better off-the-ball player than Kobe Bryant. He was
not.
Oh,
fuck
shit.
out
He
of
was.
Here. What the fuck
What?
he was
No,
not?
no, no.
Fuck out of here.
So
Fuck
Curry
out of here.
I'm not giving you
Wait,
that.
Curry wasn't better.
Fuck
He wasn't
outta
better what?
He plays
wasn't
off
better
the
what?
ball great, but I'm not
Out of
giving you that.
here.
So Kobe's a better off-the-ball player than Stephen Curry?
He's better in the
Bro,
post, and he's better to coming off mid-range shots. Way better. Way better.
God. Oh my God!
better.
No, we're not doing this. We're not gonna act like Stephen
He
Curry.
is better off the
We're
ball.
not, bro. We
He's
just
better
saying
off
he
the
ain't
ball.
better than him in that aspect.
No. Y'all are discounting Stephen Curry. Here's what
this dude said he shoots
He comes
better and
off
he's more
screens and half
efficient. That's
of the
the
time they're
same.
moving
That's the
screens.
It's not
same
the same
shit.
thing. It's
That's
not
the
the
same
same
shit.
Hold on,
You
not
named
to
two
It's not
things
the
in
same
one.
thing. It's
You
not the
named
same
two
thing.
things in one. You said
It's not the
shooting and more
same thing.
efficient.
It's
You
not
like
the
that?
same thing.
You think because
It's
he
not the
runs
same
around
thing.
the court that he's
Now,
better off the
KB
ball?
Film Room. Now, KB Film Room. Are y'all saying that Curry isn't a better off-ball player than Kobe Bryant?
No.
He's not.
Can I explain why he is a better off-ball player than Kobe Bryant?
Yes, sir.
You can try.
He was better at relocating. Y'all know what relocating is, right?
I don't believe that, but go ahead.
Passing the ball and finding another wide open crevice to get off another shot, right? That's what relocating is. That's what Curry was far better than Kobe at. He's the greatest of all time at doing that. Curry was far better at coming off of screens in general than Kobe Bryant.
He was better coming off of screens.
Yes, far better at that. Thirdly, Stephen Curry also pulled defenders with him off the ball. What? Stephen Curry, when Stephen Curry is running around the floor off the ball, what that's doing is it's causing chaos on the defensive end. Because what that does, the guy trying to chase Curry around isn't fast enough because Curry is really, really fast, and he's also quite quick, and he also had great stamina. So what that's doing is tiring at the POA defender, and when that POA defender gets caught on the screen, then another defender needs to come help.
You don't think that has to do with Klay Thompson also being on the court with him?
Thank you.
They're leaving Klay Thompson open.
No, you can't leave Klay Thompson open.
No,
that's not the
KB, listen to me.
That's not the
KB, listen to me. KB, listen to me. When Stephen Curry's running along the baseline, and the guy and the Warriors are saying off-ball screens for him, just even on the other side of the court, Curry's trail defender would get caught on the screen. This is whether Curry gets the ball or he doesn't get the ball. He would get caught on the screen. And the guy guarding the screener then has to switch onto Curry. And then if the screener cuts to the rim, the guy trailing Curry is still trying to catch back up to Curry, thus creating a wide open layup. That is playmaking at its finest off the ball.
That's not playmaking at its
That is playmaking. What are we talking about?
No, listen. You're showing his impact with.
He's also better passer than Kobe Bryant.
That's debatable.
I wouldn't debate you too hard on that. That's respectable.
I think that Kobe didn't really get the pass too much because he was playing in the triangle. But I think if you gave the ball to Kobe and had him dribble at the top of the key and look for people, he could average a triple double.
KB, he's a better overall player than this dude, man. Like I don't even want to argue. I don't want to argue the Kobe Steph shit. Like that shit. That's
crazy, bro.
That's
crazy.
crazy.
It's crazy to me too. Of all the things y'all said was wrong with what I said, I did not think that
You think Curry's better than Kobe, bro?
Yes.
That's crazy, bro.
Not all time, but when they're at their absolute best, yes.
Bro.
So what was Kobe? Were you watching ball when
The only
Kobe
reason
you do know his peak was from like 2004 to about 2008. That was his peak.
I have his peak. I have his peak later than that. I have his peak as 2007 to 2010, or like 07 to 09.
Nah, brother. His individual peak when he had that 35 point game, 35 points per game in that tough ass era, that was his peak.
That's 06, right? That's only 1 year off. So like 06.
Kobe is the only
got
player that averaged 40 for a month.
I don't say 04, 05 were his peak. I don't say that.
Man, the dude had 4 straight 50-point games, G.
He's the only player that
and that's fine. That's fine. If anything, I think Kobe. The reason I have Kobe as that guy in the later 2000s is because if he still wanted to score, like if he still wanted to score 50 points in 4 straight games, he still could have done that in 2007, 08, 09. He was still as good of a scorer.
Well, that makes it worse.
Yeah,
because Steph Curry.
No, BJ. I'm explaining why I disagree with you on Kobe's peak now, because I think Kobe became a better playmaker in the later 2000s. If that makes sense.
But he led the Lakers in assists.
I think an individual,
even when he was playing with Shaq.
That doesn't mean he was a better playmaker then than he was in the late 2000s.
I evaluate your peak as when you're individually dominant.
Well, if you want to use Zinger words, then fine. We just look at it differently.
No, it's not Zinger words. It's just I'm just saying like
dominant is a Zinger word.
We're talking about a triangle, which takes away from it's going to take away from your numbers because everybody.
I'm not looking at Kobe. I'm not even looking at Kobe's numbers.
What the hell are you just talking about? Passing ability.
His ability to pass the ball and to play make. Kobe was better at that in the late 2000s than he was in the mid 2000s.
Yeah,
yes.
Kobe could play make, bro.
Huh?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not looking at I'm not looking at any. I'm not looking at points per game, rebounds, assists. I'm not looking at any of that. No. Now the only numbers I will look at is efficiency numbers, but that's it.
The dude was shooting 44% at that time. That's above average.
Yes, and Curry in this league was +7, +8 efficiency. That's not.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. That's why the efficiency goes only so far with me when it comes to this, because you're comparing apples to oranges.
For the 2000s.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
He was at 46% for the whole decade, the 2000s.
Yeah, yeah. Some years he was right at average. Some years he was +2, +3. Curry is +5 at worst.
But when you compare this era to that era, P5, that's where you lose me, because it's just two different ways of playing basketball.
I'm not comparing the eras. I'm comparing their efficiencies relative to the era they played in. I'm not comparing Curry to Kobe's shooting dry.
But when you say he's more efficient,
I am comparing Curry's true shooting now to the league average true shooting in the league that he plays in, and Kobe's true shooting then to the league average true shooting that he played in. And then
it's soft.
I don't think that's soft. I think that's the right way to look at efficiency. That's the right way to look at it.
I would love to see Curry in that era.
So
he would still be +4, +5. He would still be a +4 player.
Nah.
What is Kyrie's?
No.
Kyrie is +5, +6 most years.
Hey,
I think.
question:
is it higher than Curry's?
If Curry had to play defense, you think
no,
he'd be as
it's not higher
efficient
than
as
Curry's. No.
If Curry had to play defense and play both ways of the ball, you think he'd be as efficient?
It's got to be close though, right?
Between Curry and Kyrie?
Yeah.
P5, if Steph Curry had to play elite defense on the other side, you think he'll still be efficient?
My point is, would you say they're the same player?
I think he would still be. I don't think he'd be +7, +8. He would still be +4, +5 though.
If he was
would you
playing
say
elite
they have the
defense,
same impact on the court?
He wouldn't be as efficient. He would still be elite efficiency though. It just wouldn't be all time.
You're telling me first team. So again, I'm gonna put them in the same box as Kawhi and Kobe, because this is what I'm asking you to do. Would you still say that Steph Curry can be, let's say, 48, 49% from the field while being a first-team all-defensive team player?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, okay.
If Stephen Curry is already an all-time great, because look, from true shooting, if Stephen Curry is already a +7, +8 player, if he had to play elite level defense, let's just imagine Curry's an elite level defender.
Hold on, let me bring up first team all defense real quick.
If Stephen Curry was an elite defender, do I think he would still be +7, +8 on true shooting? No, he would still be +4, +5 though.
Based on what?
Just based on the fact that I don't think Curry all of a sudden becomes a below league average shooter or a league average shooter.
So you're discounting his size
on the fact because other all defensive team members are still +4, +5 efficiency.
Okay. So let me just give you an example, P5, and I'm gonna go to Andre. Andre, you still there?
Yeah.
Okay. So P5 is gonna give you an example. So you're saying he can still be, highly efficient from the field by being first team all defense. Okay. So I'm gonna tell you how hard this shit is. So you're telling me that Steph Curry can still be him while being Jrue Holiday on the other side?
Jrue Holiday doesn't have the offensive load Curry does.
No, that wasn't my question.
But
That's what I'm
who
asking.
has the offensive load Kobe had?
What do you just brought up Jrue Holiday? We're in two completely different hemispheres.
I'm bringing a point that why two-way players always
But
win.
did Curry have the same offensive load that Kobe had?
From a ball handling perspective, no. But from just a playmaking and impact standpoint, yes.
What?
Yes.
So you're saying okay, as a ball handler, I got you. But as far as scoring for his team, did he have the same responsibilities that Kobe had scoring for his team?
As being the number one option?
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't do it. Don't bullshit me, bro.
So Curry isn't a number one option.
Curry had the same offensive responsibilities as Kobe?
Which are what?
What do you mean? Scoring the ball.
So Curry,
the percentage of points that Kobe had to put up just to win.
Okay. So now you're looking at it as the percentage of points that Kobe has to put up in comparison to what his whole team puts up?
Yeah. Total team points.
If you're talking about it like that, then no. I think Curry has more offensive capable players in the 2010s than Kobe did in the 2000s.
Okay, and then on top of the defensive side, guarding the other team's best players, night in and night out.
No, I don't think Curry had that responsibility.
So that's a lot of responsibility, right?
It's a lot of responsibility. Yeah.
Okay, so therefore that's gonna hit everything. That's gonna hit everything down, bro. You gotta look at what that player is being asked to do. That player is being asked to do.
What all do you think? I'm going to see if you understand what Curry's asked to do. What do you think Curry is asked to do on the offensive end for the Warriors?
To score. He's not asked to defend at a high level.
Not just score.
He's not even asked to
score. Not just score. In the Warriors' offensive system, what all is Curry asked to do?
He's asked to play, make, and score.
Now when he's off now, does Curry have any type of possession? Now, I'm not saying Kobe did. Does Curry? How many possessions in a game do you see Curry not running around the entire court full speed?
What does that have to do with what I'm talking about?
That has to do with Curry's offensive load and the energy.
That was what he said. P5. He said
because he runs around screens.
Yes, that's running. You're running.
No, sir. I'm not giving you
that. How about this, P5? How about this? How about you're playing? You're running around screens on defense, chasing people.
I'm not giving you that one, though.
Okay. So if Curry gets picked on defensively, and teams are constantly putting Curry in action, is Curry not expending? Is the Curry not?
No. It's more energy expanded when you're running around
curls.
He's
not guarding the best player. He's getting an easier matchup.
You're chasing.
But they're putting him in every matchup.
It's more energy on defense, chasing people around screens than you running around screens.
You have other players who take on the better defensive matchups, bro.
But they will. But we even saw it, and we even saw it in the Kyrie shot. Curry was trying to guard J.R. Smith. They brought J.R. Smith into screen to get Curry on the switch. If they pick on Curry so much, he's still in Cleveland.
And that's why he can't be better than Kobe and Kawhi.
Before
he gets picked on.
Let's do this. When T-Mac came to town, who had to guard T-Mac?
I guess Kobe.
Okay. Do you
think... But if T-Mac came into town against the Warriors, and let's say Klay Thompson was on him, would you agree with me that T-Mac's team will constantly try to get Curry in against T-Mac on the switch?
Yeah, but he's going to be hid.
No. If Stephen Curry is in the corner, T-Mac's at the top of the key, are they not going to constantly try and put
the guy that's try, but he's going to hide.
But how do you think Curry's resting on defense?
I didn't say he was wrestling on defense. I said it makes a difference when you have to guard a Dwayne Wade, when you have to guard a T-Mac, when you have to guard a LeBron James, when you have to guard those guys who are the best players at their position, and then you're also asked to score 30 just to win the game. When you have other guys on your team who really aren't scorers, that's difficult, sir.
Okay.
And you have
So when
to
you're
play
Stephen Curry, I'm going to bring up 2016 for this. When you're Stephen Curry, because with KD, the offensive load was lessened.
And you're playing better competition
But
as well.
in 2016, when you're Stephen Curry, who was also asked to average 30 points a game, who was also asked to create shots for everybody else on that team, when you're also on a defense that is switch heavy.
P5. With all due respect, 30 ain't what it was when Kobe was playing, bro.
Huh?
It ain't the same 30, bro. It ain't the same 30, bro.
It's still 30. You're trying.
No, sir.
No.
It's not the same 30,
Now, here's another thing. Curry and Kobe have different playing styles. They have different playing
It
styles.
was much harder to get 30 back when Kobe played than it is now. Do you agree with that? Don't bullshit me, P5.
No.
Come
I'm
on
not trying to
now.
bullshit you. I'm not trying to bullshit you. I'm not saying Curry had it tougher at all. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
but why was it tougher?
Kobe had the responsibility to play make and create for his team and still be a volume scorer, correct?
But why was it tougher for Kobe?
Because I think I'm not gonna lie to you.
Say the D word. Say the D word, P5.
Defense, I will say
bro.
this. KB, I got you. Give me a minute. I do think defense is back in the 2000s, especially in the paint and in the mid-range area, which is where Kobe liked to work, was tougher. Why? Because teams around the league didn't have that much spacing, or most teams around the league didn't have a whole ton of spacing. That's why I think with Kobe's play style, it could be made tougher for Kobe. My argument has never said that Curry's job is tougher. My thing here has never said that Curry is playing tougher or has a tougher job than Kobe. What I'm saying is that Curry, as an individual talent with his impact, was more impactful than Kobe Bryant, making him a better offensive player, making him an overall better player in general.
But it's in a league that. Did you hear what the commissioner said about the offense?
What did the commissioner say about offenses?
The commissioner said he opened up the game specifically so Curry could score more points.
It was specifically for Curry. It wasn't for LeBron.
Did you hear the commissioner's words? He mentioned Curry by name.
So he mentioned Curry by name.
And I'm not trying to. I like Curry. I like Curry as a player. But what I'm saying is, the commissioner came out. Who heard the commissioner say why he? Do you got that, BJ? Can you pull that up?
Yeah.
Let me look this up. Commissioner.
Why he opened up the game? Because he wanted small guards, specifically Curry. He named Curry. He said to have more of an impact on the game because he wanted it to be more entertaining.
I just think again,
so it frees him up to do the things that he's doing.
I think personally,
so when we talk about effectiveness, that has to go into it.
Yeah, the Kobe.
I can't find the clip. I'll let you know if I can find the clip. But
the Kobe and Steph debate to me is just. I just think it's a waste of time.
That got to be brought out.
But even if that's true, even in this wide open game, even in this game where efficiency has went up, and in this game where apparently scoring the ball is easier, right? Mm-hmm. Why is Stephen Curry still leaps and bounds over everybody? Great. Why is he still leaps and bounds over everybody? Why is he an outlier in this own era?
Because
this era is so okay.
So we're not denying his offensive.
He's just not Kobe, bro.
Yes, that's all we're saying, bro. Like he's just not the two-way player that Kobe is.
No, but y'all keep saying KB keeps talking about how it was tougher back in the 2000s. The game is now opened up specifically for Curry. Why is no one else doing what Curry's able to do? Because that's how great
he's an offensive offensively transcendent. He is offensively transcendent.
That's what I wanted you.
The problem is when you compare him to these other dudes, Kobe and Kawhi. It's a different.
Like,
it's another
level.
To
go upstairs to Kobe. Nah, we gotta stop.
That's another level.
So what do y'all? Okay. So I want to hear this in terms of peaks. Pure peaks, right? Where do y'all have Kobe's peak at?
top 5.
Yeah,
Does he have a better peak than Jordan?
No.
Does he have a better peak than LeBron?
That's debatable.
Does he?
That's a debatable bit.
I
I'm
think so.
serious.
Okay.
That's debatable.
What do you consider a peak?
Any two, well, you can consider a peak whatever you want it to be, but for me, it's a 2, 3. Some players I would say a 4-year stretch of just they played their best. Like I would say Curry's prime is like 2015 to about 2022, 2023, 3 maybe, 2014. I would say to 2023. But his 3 best seasons, or his 3 best 3-year stretch, 2016, 17, and 18.
Okay, so why do you say those are his peak years?
Because I think those are the years where Curry was at his best defensively. Those were the years where Stephen Curry was. Yes. Those are the years that Stephen Curry was the most efficient. Those were the years where Stephen Curry's playmaking, I think, was maximized to its fullest.
So you don't think 2015 was?
No, 2016, 17, and 18 are noticeably better than 2015.
So 2016, 2017, 2018. That's the years you got. Perfect.
As his best 3-year stretch, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So mine's is for Kawhi is 2019, 2020, 2020, 2021.
Okay.
Those are his. I want to say 2017 so bad, but because that dude was in 2017.
But he got hurt though.
He got hurt, so it's hard to put. But 2019, 2020, 2021, and you're comparing 2016, 2017, 2018 for Curry.
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you this, P5. Do you think Curry's 2018 season was better than Kawhi's 2019 season?
You're okay. No, I do not.
Which year of Curry's peak was higher than that 2019?
2016. 2016.
Do you think 2016, the year he lost in the finals, was better than 2019?
Oh.
You're adding that part in like it phases me. Yes, I think 2016.
Okay.
I think 2016 the single-handedly greatest offensive season ever put up by a player.
You go with that offense. What about the defense, P5?
I think the greatest offensive season of all time.
Yeah, that's my question, KB.
In the modern era.
On the other side, P5.
I think in general 2016 was better than 2019. Yes.
Really?
Yes.
So that's the playoff run that he had. So if you're telling me
the playoff run that he had when he was hurt. A hurt playoff run.
Yeah, Kawhi was hurt too. I don't want to hear that shit.
And guess what?
Kawhi was playing on one leg.
Was Kawhi hurt to the point where he missed games? Was Kawhi hurt to the point where he missed games?
On one leg.
Stephen Curry could barely run.
He had to have surgery in the offseason.
Stephen Curry could barely run.
Damn, he was limping
Stephen
around.
Curry could barely run. And Stephen Curry could barely run. Stephen Curry could barely run.
He was limping around.
Steph did his thing, man. Steph
they were both hurt. They were both hurt.
And
that's fine.
Let's judge him.
Kawhi
and
Kawhi played through an injury. Stephen Curry had an injury, put him out, and it limited what Curry could do.
I said Kawhi had. Hold on, it ain't my fault. It ain't my fault that one player played through.
But do you agree that you get neutralized? Like, for example, if Kyrie drops 30 and Steph drops 30, what's the difference, right? Between the two.
Are you asking me what the difference is?
Wouldn't you? Let me finish the question, and I'll let you answer. Right? Wouldn't you say that you have to stop the other player in order to win? Because if they both average 30, they cancel each other out, right?
No, that's not how that works.
What do you mean?
If Kyrie
a player puts up 30 and the other star player,
Kyrie Irving is scoring 30 points a game, right? And Stephen Curry is scoring 30 points a game. Now let's just say, for the fun of argument, they both have this around the same efficiency, right? So they're both putting up efficient 30 points a game. Tell me, does Kyrie Irving make things easier or make his teammates better near to the level that Stephen Curry does? Because that's the separator. That's a separator.
So you saying Kyrie out there just not doing nothing?
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. Does he do it anywhere near the level of Stephen Curry?
He keeps talking about offense.
Bro. No, Jesus Christ. No.
That's all he keeps bringing up is fucking offense. Defense is the other side. That's half of the damn argument. We can't just go skate past defense.
No. He just asked me about Kyrie Irving. He just asked me about Kyrie Irving. He just asked me about Kyrie. He just asked me about
defense is the difference between winning or losing, bro.
You just asked me about Kyrie Irving.
Yeah, I did.
So that doesn't apply to Kyrie Irving. What?
Yeah, he played defense in 2016.
Yeah.
So Curry, are you saying that Kyrie didn't rest on defense? Because Curry didn't rest on defense either. Or are you saying that Kyrie was a good defender?
Kyrie was a good defender in 2016.
I can't get with you on that. No.
In the finals, he was. He played good defense.
I cannot get with you on that.
Okay, well, but this is what I'm saying, right? The difference is what BJ's trying to say. The difference is defense. That's how you win. You have to stop the other player from scoring. Well, you don't stop them, but you have to at least lower their effectiveness in order to win the game. And so when you have two players dropping the same amount of points, the difference is you have to neutralize the other player.
Did Kyrie do that?
Yes.
The dude averaged damn
no,
30.
It wasn't Kyrie.
It wasn't Kyrie.
It wasn't Kyrie.
Kyrie wasn't guarding Steph.
Bro, Kyrie guarded Steph.
Do you know what the Cavaliers are doing? They were doing to Steph in that series. Do you know what they were doing?
Yeah, I watched.
Were they guarding him 1-on-1 with Kyrie Irving?
I didn't say they were doing that the whole game.
I got a better question.
No. So look, what the Cavaliers did was they had one designated defender for Curry on every different possession. They would have Iman Shumpert on him. They would have LeBron James on him. They would even have Kyrie on him. They would have Kyrie on him a few different plays. Hell, they would even have Tristan Thompson, depending on the personnel. J.R. Smith. They had a whole bunch of different guys on Curry. A hurt Stephen Curry, who wasn't as mobile or as quick as he.
You have to because he's calling for screens, bro. You have to have.
Yeah. That was the Cavaliers' game plan. So don't sit here and tell me that Kyrie Irving was the one that neutralized Stephen Curry.
I didn't say that.
You just did. You just did.
I didn't. I didn't say he neutralized Curry. I didn't say that at all.
So what did he do to Steph Curry?
I said he played good defense. I didn't say he neutralized Steph.
No, because he wasn't even the main one guarding Stephen Curry. No.
He guarded? All right, bro.
No, he wasn't even the main one guarding Stephen Curry.
Hey, so P5, since we talking about taking away players, what if the Golden State didn't get Kevin Durant?
Are you asking me what they would do over the next 3 years?
Do you feel like they would have beat the Cavs with LeBron if they didn't get KD?
At least once, yes. In 2018, for sure.
Fair. No, that's fair. That's fair.
In 2018,
but
for sure.
Do you see that? That's a big difference from
in 2017. In 2017, I would argue that if the Warriors stay healthy, unlike in 2016, they would beat the Cavs. Yes, I think they still beat.
Okay. But you saw they got Cleveland got swept and gentlemen swept 2 years in a row with KD. Right?
I think in 2017 the Cavs win more than one game. They win more than one game. It might go to 6, maybe 7. They still beat them. The Warriors still sweep the Cavs in 2018. They still sweep them.
They still sweep them without KD
in 2018. Yes,
I don't think so. I think the Cavs get at least 1 or 2 games.
I mean,
you got to remember the big caveat was that they had nobody neutralize LeBron. That was the whole caveat.
And the other caveat was the Cavs had like the worst defense in the league.
No. The Warriors had nobody to neutralize LeBron.
Yeah, and KD being there doesn't change that.
KD being there doesn't change that?
Does KD neutralize LeBron?
They both somewhat canceled each other out, bro.
So you're saying they canceled each other out?
Yeah, they had nobody for LeBron on the Warriors.
As scorers, they canceled each other out.
Yeah, that's why he was brought there.
That's the whole reason. Because
Curry can't guard him. You need somebody to deal with LeBron and make him work.
KD wasn't guarding. No. What the Warriors would still do, of course, Curry would take on a bigger offensive load, which he would have no problem with playing the worst defense in basketball. He would have no problem doing that. The Warriors still had many perimeter defenders. They still had Draymond Green. Would they be able to stop LeBron? No. LeBron was on an absolute mission that year offensively. Do I think that the Warriors would all of a sudden
P5 2015 the Cavs took them to 6 games without Kyrie and Kevin Love.
Not the same team.
No. But you lost your next 2 best players and you still win 6 games.
And it's not the same.
So you can't say in 2018 LeBron with the team
he
wouldn't got swept. They would
have
have won at least
the same teams. We're not talking about the same teams. We're talking about a Cavalier team. We're talking about a Cavalier team. We're talking about a Cavalier team in 2015 that was worse than that 2018 Cavalier team.
The X factor is LeBron.
Yes, the X factor is always going to be LeBron, but the things that help the X factor be the X factor is that the Cavs in 2015 they didn't have the worst defense in basketball.
Now you want to talk about defense? Okay, then.
Team
so now
defense,
we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere.
One thing.
Now we're getting somewhere. That's what I've been trying to tell you the whole time.
One thing. One thing that I've never denied.
One thing that I've never denied.
One thing that I have never denied in this entire thing is that team defense doesn't matter. I've never said that. Individual defense, especially for perimeter players, I think can be overrated at times. Not team defense is what wins you championships, not individual defense. It's team defense. The Cavs in 2018
it starts with an individual for you to play team defense.
It starts with a collective of guys.
Hey, hold on, P5. Do you understand when you have an all-time defensive player like Kawhi Leonard that motivates the other players to play top-level defense? That motivates the other guys to play defense. So it starts with one player and it manifests around the other players.
But the other players on the team,
the same way Steph Curry's offense manifests the rest of the team, it goes the same way on the defensive end. If you have
not in every situation, not in every situation.
Okay, no,
I can name you an example. I can name you an example right now. You want me to?
Go ahead.
Giannis Antetokounmpo is one of the best defenders in today's game. Top 4, top 5, top 3 defender in today's game. He was on one of the worst defenses in the league this year because even with Giannis's greatness on defense, one guy, even with his greatness on defense, the rest of his team could not play defense at all. So no, it's not just one individual. It is a team effort to play defense, especially in a more spaced out league.
Is Giannis a great perimeter defender, P5?
Huh?
No.
Is Giannis a great perimeter defender?
Nice try.
Or is he an interior defender?
He's an interior defender.
All right, then. So you could throw
that
in the trash.
Bro.
So
exactly.
So are you telling me they have? Are you telling me they have to be the same? The same.
Having a Michael Jordan on the floor where he plays, he roams
If you put
around.
if you put Michael Jordan on that Bucks team, take Giannis off.
Don't do it, P5.
There's still one of the worst defensive teams in the league.
No, listen. We're talking about the impact of a player.
I just told you the impact. It's not just a player.
No, listen. One player can make a hell of a lot of difference between a team, like as far as because Michael Jordan, he plays team defense. He don't just guard his man. Like Kawhi Leonard, don't just guard his man. He picks up other people's man. So he improves team defense by just being on the floor, bro.
He improves it, but he doesn't make it automatically top notch by himself. That's
hold on. You just said it. He improves it.
Yeah,
so that is making improving
it from. If we put Kawhi on the worst defensive team in the league, and he improves them to a bottom 10 defense in the league, that's not. They're still a bad defensive team because they still don't have enough defenders on the roster that can guard. They don't have that yet. Still.
Well, okay. Let's stick to this. How about this?
So it's not just one guy.
One guy. What all does Steph Curry need to win around him?
What does Stephen Curry need to win around him?
Yeah,
I would say he needs defenders. Mm-hmm. I would say that for sure. He needs a guy like Draymond Green. He needs a guy like Klay Thompson. He needs guys like that. I will say that for sure.
Okay.
That's for the defensive end. For the offensive end, I would say that having a passing hub type of player certainly works because that maximizes Curry's game. You look at Draymond Green; he's a passing hub. That's what he is. And I would also say that just like every other offensive player, every other all-time great player that wins needs other guys that can take at least a little bit of the scoring load off of him. That's what Curry needs. Are you going to ask me what Kawhi needs now?
What does he need?
Kawhi needs a playmaker, right? We've seen this in 2019. The playmaker was Kyle Lowry. He needed a playmaker. I would say that Kawhi cannot carry an offensive scoring load by himself either. That's why the Raptors in 2019, even though they didn't have one consistent guy, one game it would be Pascal Siakam doing it to the Warriors in the finals.
How much did Kawhi average that playoff run?
Around 30.
Okay, so he can't carry a team offensively?
I said, are you saying by himself?
Yes.
I don't think any player in NBA history can carry.
So that's something that
you want to know what I think carrying is? I think carrying is what Allen Iverson was doing.
Game ain't carrying an offensive team, a team offensively.
So you're telling me that Kawhi Leonard can single-handedly?
Dude, do you realize that run he broke? I think what did he had the most points?
Third.
Any active man? Nah,
not
man.
third all time.
He averaged. Kawhi averaged 30 points a game. Curry's had playoff runs also averaging 30 points a game. Did he carry the Warriors?
Okay, so but I didn't name. I said what things does he need around him to win?
I was about to tell you, he needs a playmaker, right? I think he needs an interior defender because Kawhi, as great of a POA, as versatile as he is, he needs a guy. He needs a guy on the back line.
The back line,
like Marcus Gasol and Serge Ibaka and Tim Duncan, to help even elevate his own defense. Right?
Okay.
I help you, you help me type of situation right there. That's on the defensive end, though. I don't think he needs a whole lot more on the defensive end than just a backline helper. On the offensive end, he needs a primary playmaker because Kawhi cannot do that. He cannot be a primary playmaker, right? I think Kawhi, similar to Curry, needs like every other all-time great player. He needs players that can at least at times and in certain games take the scoring load off of him at times. And he had that in Toronto. He had that in San Antonio. He had that in Toronto. We had that in San Antonio.
How much does he need taken off of him though? See, what I'm getting at is who needs more help to win, vice versa the other. In your honest opinion, based off of the player Curry is and the player Kawhi is, which player needs more assistance to help them win a championship?
I would say it's tougher to build a team around Stephen Curry. Yes. Okay. That's how I'll put it. It's tougher to build a team around
So
Stephen
it's easier
Curry
to put a team.
It's easier to build around Kawhi than it's easier to build around Curry. I'll say that.
Because of the defense,
That's all I've been trying to say.
Because what maximizes Stephen Curry's game is very selective to Curry. You need to find specific players for that. What maximizes Kawhi's game, a playmaker, different types of scorers, and just a backline helper. So it's easier to build a team around Kawhi than it is to build around Curry. I'll say that for sure.
But see, the Warriors, like if you look at the Warriors, they had a lot of good wing defenders who could guard the perimeter, and they had interior defense too. I'm talking about the pre-KD days. And they had
Draymond, Bogut,
yeah, they had them dudes play defense, and that's what led them to win all those games.
Yeah. In order to win with Curry and team, you need other defenders that can take the load, that can hide or help Curry defensively. Yeah.
But
Kawhi,
that does take away from his individual impact though, because it's more of a team impact.
But I think that impact, but like I said earlier, I think that impact is immediately made up though with his second all-time great offense, though, in my opinion.
But how, if you're saying he needs all this, then how is it made up? Think about
most of what I said was on the defensive end.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's what made help. Like, don't get me wrong, right? His 30, right? 30, like that. It was amazing what he was doing, right? Don't get me wrong. Steph is Steph. Like, he's a beast. But what we're trying to say is that defensive impact is what gets you to the dance. That gets you to the finals.
It's not, but it's not an individual defensive impact. It is a team defensive impact that gets you to the dance.
He's still trying to say
it's a team. BJ, what's more valuable? BJ, what is more valuable to winning a championship? One individual's defense or a team's defense as a collective?
The same stratosphere you want to put Curry as this great offensive transition player, and he is that. It's the same stratosphere you have to put Kawhi on the defensive end.
No, it's not. No,
yes,
it's not.
It is.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it is not. No, it is not.
The same.
No, it is not. No, it is not.
Hold on. This dude,
Kawhi
Leonard, can make a case as one of the top 5 defenders of all time.
No, we cannot. No, we can't.
On the ball, yes.
There was no argument.
Name me
as a perimeter defender.
I would say perimeter defender.
Defenders better than Kawhi Leonard.
5 all-time great defenders in general.
Better than Kawhi Leonard. Name them to me.
Hakeem Olajuwon, and stop me if I'm wrong. Hakeem Olajuwon, Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett.
Cap.
Okay. Kevin Garnett.
Cap.
David Robinson.
Cap.
So David Robinson is Cap?
You can't. Okay, I've already.
Ben
You already
Wallace.
lost me. The only person I'm gonna say really is Hakeem, and I might give you Tim Duncan. I'll give you Tim Duncan.
David Robinson.
But
was
I'm gonna
monster,
tell
though.
you off simply the versatility Kawhi Leonard can guard on the perimeter, and he can guard in the interior.
I think Dennis
Strong
Rodman is
enough-
a better
Hold on.
defender than Kawhi
Hold
Leonard.
on. He can guard on the perimeter and the interior, and he has 2 defensive player of the years.
I think players like Dennis Rodman and Scottie Pippen were better defenders than Kawhi Leonard.
I don't think Scottie Pippen was better than Kawhi on defense.
Do you think Dennis Rodman was a better defender?
I can put Dennis Rodman up there with Kawhi. Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to name
Okay,
guys
Hakeem
until I
and
get
Dennis
to 5.
Rodman. Hakeem and Dennis Rodman.
Hakeem, those are the only 2 guys.
Keep going.
Hakeem.
Hey, what about
Yeah.
Ben Wallace?
See, that's the thing, though.
Ben Wallace was crazy.
It's hard when you defend guys who can only do in the interior. This guy can do it on both interior and the
Kevin
exterior.
Garnett can also do interior, and you're talking about versatility. That KG is the model of versatility. A 6'11" forward that can guard both in and out. What? KG is the model. Am I wrong by saying that?
No, KG was a monster. KG was a monster.
Yeah, so I don't understand.
Nah,
Like,
it's
if
tough.
you love versatility
I don't know.
if you
What
love
about-
versatility so
what
much,
about
if you love
Dwight-
versatility
Dwight
so much,
Howard?
KG. No, I'm not gonna. Nah, you can. I could argue.
But you gotta pair that defense with the offense too, though. So the thing is,
We're
is
ranking
that-
all-time great defensive players, not 2 ways.
No, that's true. That's true. But what I'm saying is, you pair that with the offense that's giving you 30. So it's like, even though you might say Kawhi didn't reach that level or whatever, you also got to admit he's one of the greatest. Like at defense, like in his prime, he's one of the greatest.
He's one of the greatest perimeter defenders of ever. Yes.
So add the 30 with that. Then you got you.
That does not make him more impactful than Stephen Curry.
It does because
It doesn't make him more impactful. It doesn't make him more impactful than LeBron.
Hold on, NBA history
It doesn't make him more
proves
impactful
that,
than
though.
Larry Bird, even.
But hold on, NBA history proves that because count the top 5, your top 5 players. How many of them are impactful on both sides of the court?
My top 5 players all time.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll name them.
Curry.
Are we talking about peaks or just my all-time list in general?
The all-time greatest players of all time, the top 5. They're usually
Michael Jordan.
offensive
Michael
players or
Jordan.
defensive players.
Michael Jordan.
Uh-huh.
LeBron James.
Uh-huh.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Uh-huh.
Tim Duncan.
Uh-huh.
Kobe Bryant.
And they play on both sides of the ball, right?
And then the rest of my top 5 and my top 10 will go Shaq. Would you consider him a 2-way player?
But hold on, answer the question before you get to the rest of your list.
All right.
Do those players who win all those championships? How many championships is that?
6, 4, 5. 6, 4, 5. No, 6, 4, 6. 6, 4, 6. 5. Tim Duncan won 5, right?
Everybody got at least 5 titles.
Well, LeBron has 1 less, but
Okay, so think about it. The formula for winning is 2-way play.
The formula for
The formula for to be a top 5 player is 2-way play.
That's not what
And
that
be
means.
over 6'5".
That's not what that means for me, though.
But all your top 5.
They
are 2-way
happen
players.
to be, yes.
They
The reason
happen to be?
the reason I have Jordan, the reason I have Jordan at number 1, the reason I have Jordan at number 1 is because for 13 years, I think he sustained being the greatest offensive player of all time. The reason I have LeBron number 2 is because he has the best longevity the league has ever seen. Kareem, similar reasoning. Tim Duncan is, in my opinion, probably the greatest defender the league has ever seen. If not, it's Hakeem. But even then, you could argue for Tim Duncan as well. I like Tim Duncan. I like Tim Duncan's peak defensively over Hakeem's. But if we're taking into account
about Bill
longevity of
Russell?
the defense, I don't rate 60s players. I don't rate 60s.
Okay.
And then we talk about Kobe Bryant. I think Kobe Bryant sustained all-time great play for 13 years. My list is a longevity list. It's not a two-way player list. You can look at it from wait.
Players that you listed were two-way players.
You can look at it from this way. Is Shaq a two-way player?
Yes, Shaq blocks shots. He's an interior defender.
Would you identify Shaq as a two-way player or an offensively minded player? Would you consider would you consider Shaq an offensively minded player?
Yes.
So,
but he blocked shots. If you come in the paint, he protects.
Yeah, of course he blocked shots. He was 7 foot tall. We're not going to act like we haven't seen Shaq be absolutely exposed defensively, though. I don't think two-way players get exposed.
Hold on. Giannis gets exposed when he comes out the paint, but guess what? He's still an all-time great defender.
Does he get exposed?
Rudy Gobert gets exposed when he comes out the paint, but he's still an all-time great defender, right?
Is Shaq as good as these guys defensively? Yes or no?
I didn't say that. You're changing the argument.
No. Because what I'm saying is, I don't think Shaq was so good defensively to where you can look at what he did offensively and defensively. You can consider Shaq a two-way player. You can consider Shaq an elite.
If you go to that paint, Shaq's going to block your shot more than likely.
He's 7 foot tall and the paint is clogged. Of course he is. Was he anywhere near doing that to the level of? Was he anywhere near?
Why you just dismiss that? Of course he does. Why you dismiss that? 7 footer, like every 7 footer ain't no.
So every 7 footer is so every 7 footer is a good defender.
What?
Is every 7 footer a good paint defender?
No, but you're proving my point. Shaq defends.
I'm asking you.
No, every 7 footer is not a good rim protector.
So does mostly every 7 footer block shots? Because they're 7 foot tall?
If you come directly to him, but Shaq was an interior. Shaq would block your shot. He protected the rim.
Of course, just like most 7 footers, whether they were good or bad defenders.
And he rebounded. Rebounding is a part of the defense.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Rebounding is always going to be a part of defense, for sure. And DBZ. Jokic is not 7 foot technically. He's 6'10", 6'11", technically. So I have Shaq at 6, Hakeem at 7. At 8, I have Stephen Curry. At 9, I have Magic. At 10, I have Larry Bird.
But you're getting away from the point. The point is
that was
the difference between those guys and Steph is that they play on both sides, bro. That's why they win. That's the reason why they make it that far up the list. Is because these dudes are monsters offensively and defensively.
Not
Which
for
is
me.
the hardest thing to do in the
My
NBA.
reasoning is different. I see what you're saying. The reason I have Kobe that high isn't because he was such a great two-way player. The reason I have Jordan as the GOAT isn't because he was such a great two-way player. The reason I have Shaq, the reason I have Shaq over Hakeem is certainly not because he was some great two-way player.
But bro, P5, that two-way play is what gets you so high on their top 5 and top 10. Even if you don't want to admit it, there's a reason why. It's a common pattern when you have those players at that escalage at that level. The two-way play matters no matter how you slice it on how these players are being ranked. It's a reason, like I said,
for y'all.
There's a reason why okay, how about this? There's a reason why I'm saying most of the guys in your top 10 are all 6'5" and up. They're not little guards. They're not 6'1". They're not 6'3". I'm not trying to get on Steph Curry for that. I'm saying they can do more on the basketball court than what Steph Curry can do on the basketball court. Now, that's how I rank it. What can you do to impact the game all around? Because that shit matters. Offensively, the game is not played half court.
How I rank it is what level of play did you play at? And for these guys, these are obviously all-time levels of play, whether it's half the court, whether it's both sides of the court. It's what level of play did you bring? It's like what level of play did you play at, and how long did you sustain it? One moment. Film this neat.
Well, I already said that. I said Kawhi's the only reason he ain't better than LeBron and Steph all time because he's been hurt. But if
But BJ, I'm trying to prove to you that my list isn't based off of who's a good two-way player, who's not.
Say again.
My list isn't based off who's a good two-way player and who's not.
No, I know your list isn't, but I'm saying my the original point was, and we got off of LeBron too. You asked me. The original question you asked me was, do you feel Kawhi was better players than Steph Curry and LeBron? I said, if the man never got hurt, I believe he would be better than greater than those two. A lot of shit would be fucked up if Kawhi Leonard was not hurt.
And you could argue that, but unfortunately he was. That's why we can only talk about peaks when it comes to Kawhi Leonard, unfortunately.
I think his peak was better than Curry's.
And that's just where we disagree at.
One of Michael Jordan's greatest attributes is his defense and not letting his opponent have a good series against him.
For
Right,
sure.
that's one of his
For
greatest
sure.
attributes. So that's the reason why he won a lot. Because on offense and defense, he's scoring, but he's also stopping you on the other hand.
I think the reason is also pretty helpful to do that. He had 2 players on the team that were just simply better defenders than him, too. Also, but you know, it is what it is.
You said better defenders than him?
Dennis Rodman and Scottie Pippen.
I don't know if Scotty's better than Mike defensively, but he's
Oh,
one of the greatest.
Oh,
He's one of. Hold on. Scotty's one. Hold on. Listen. Scotty's bigger and more versatile, but it depends on what you're looking at.
Okay, so it depends on what you're looking for.
BJ just used that versatility.
Mike carried the
DJ used that versatility to help boost Kawhi though. So the versatility has to matter.
Yeah, look. You can look at it 2 ways, right? Mike played the passing lanes because Pippen.
So he
would play all
gambled.
ball.
That's what you're saying?
Yeah. Mike would gamble. Mike gambled just like Mike gambled a lot. He did. And
So that's not good defense then.
So why is he up in Curry's
depends.
defense then?
It can be good defense because
If it can, then you got to give Steph Curry some credit because he led the league in steals.
Okay,
No,
but
I give him
based
credit.
off of what,
I
right?
give him
Gambling.
credit, but he's not a great on-ball.
Wait, you said what, BJ?
Off of gambling, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That doesn't mean he's a great defender, though. That doesn't mean he's a great defense.
Steph Curry's 6'3", so I mean, what?
He's okay. I never said Steph Curry was just like a terror. I actually give Steph Curry credit for playing defense. He just not have the physical tools to be an elite defender. It is what it is.
Right.
Yeah, he tries. Like you can legit see him trying. Like it's not like he's bad because he doesn't try. And actually, he improved a lot as a defender. And
yeah,
so
I would say he became a positive. Me personally.
Yeah. That's a credit to his work ethic. So I don't want to just come across like I'm just downing Curry. But when we talk about the all-time great, like defenders, they bring different things to the table. Like Mike and Scotty is just different, right? Because Scotty's bigger.
Scotty
So he's
and
able to guard. He's able to guard bigger players at times. But Mike is also able to cover those same players, but it lets Mike. What it does is it allows Mike to score 30, right? Having a great defender with him. You get what I'm saying? It allows Mike to score 30. So I think Mike could take some defensive matchups, but he chose not to. Well, Phil Jackson chose not to because he'd rather have Mike scoring a little bit more.
So you think Jordan was a better defender than Pippen because of that reason right there?
It was neck and neck to me.
Nah, Pippen
to
is
me,
better.
it was neck and neck.
Better.
No.
To me, it was neck and neck, bro.
No, I can't get with that.
Because it depends on what you're looking at. Do you?
Okay, what are you looking at?
Well, I mean, you can say that, but they work together. You know what I'm saying? They work together. Pippen would turn them. Mike would come and steal the ball. Mike would turn. They work together. So
when Jordan wasn't there, Pippen was still like the best.
Like Pippen's wasn't there. What happened when Jordan wasn't there?
I'm not talking about the team success. Exactly. I'm talking about Pippen, the individual player. All right,
BJ, what did Michael Jordan do without Pippen?
What Jordan did without Pippen, he went to play baseball. That's what he did without Pippen.
This guy.
We're not gonna do this because I guess people want to elevate.
What Jordan did without Pippen was get swept.
So you're saying Jordan couldn't win without Pippen?
That's not what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
You saying
because he didn't win?
Well, that the problem is that Pippen couldn't get away from Jordan, but Jordan can. It's the same thing with the Kobe and Pau Gasol debate. Oh, Pau Gasol elevated Kobe Bryant, but Kobe Bryant won without Pau Gasol elevated him. It's the same shit people try to do with Jordan and Pippen.
No. Here's my thing with that, because I can actually understand that Jordan. Okay, could Jordan have won with other great players? Yes, but for the situations they were in, did Jordan need Pippen to win? Yes. Did Pippen need Jordan to win? Yes, because all-time great players need other all-time great players to sustain winning over a decade, like they did. They need that. I'm not discounting that. What I'm saying is Pippen, the individual, though he couldn't win without Jordan, he did not need to work with Jordan to be an all-time great defender still. He didn't need that. He didn't need him.
Pippen is incredible, bro. He's got long arms, man. He's versatile. He guard
Very
damn near every
athletic as
position.
well. He was full court
Athletic.
pressing. He was doing everything for that team defensively.
Yeah, he's a monster. He's a monster for sure.
That's why I think he's a far better defender than Jordan. Because I think
you bugging.
because even though if you want to argue that Jordan was a better POA than Pippen, which even then I would probably still disagree with you. If you want to say that Jordan had better ball instincts than Pippen, if you want to say that, then fine. But Jordan couldn't do anywhere near the things Pippen could do, and even if it is Jordan lacking the physical tools that Pippen had, that still goes against Jordan as a defender. It still does. It still does. The same reason why Curry isn't a great defender, because he lacks the physical tools that other great defenders have. So, like, that's why I just don't think it's close. I don't think it's close. But Jordan's still a great defender, though. Don't get it wrong, though. Jordan's still a great defender.
Yeah, but when you talk about perimeter defenders and lockdown, Jordan's locked down.
Yeah. What else? Pippen was also a lockdown perimeter
Pippen for sure. But basically what I'm saying is that when we if you look at Kawhi Leonard, right? He's got many of the attributes that Pippen has, as far as his long arms, his ability to guard multiple positions. And he's also an elite scorer.
Which also makes him a better defender than Michael Jordan. The same reasons it makes Pippen.
That's debatable.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay, we're just looking at we just look at defense two different ways. Then that's just how I'm.
Yeah, that's debatable.
We just I don't think it is, but we're just looking at defense two different ways. Because I think
how you look at defense. I look at defense like, hey, I'm stopping you from scoring on me. How you look at defense?
There you go.
I'm looking at it as
Point
because
blank
it's a
period.
team. I'm looking at it as it's a team game. So it's not. I'm looking at it as
That is B5. That is bullshit. Because all that
How is
means
it bullshit?
is
There's
that
four
you
other
can't guard.
players on the
Hold
team.
on, you can't
the one
guard.
you're
So I have
guarding.
to I have to cover for you because you can't fucking guard. That's all that means.
BJ. That's what great
Exactly.
defenders do.
I'm not
They
hearing that.
impact the entire court.
P5,
Great defense.
man-to-man defense is how you man up in basketball, bro. If you ever
it's not how you win.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
It's not how you win.
When you play basketball, like competitively, bro, like manning up, like you're able to lock down your man without help. That matters a lot, bro.
KB. I didn't want to bring it up, but I'm going to bring it up. Michael Jordan was a great defender in the 80s. We can agree on that, right?
Don't do it.
No, KB, I'm not going to say what you think I'm going to say. Jordan was a great defender in the 80s, right?
Yes. Yep.
Did it impact the rest of his team defensively?
The rest of the team defensively?
Was Michael Jordan guarding his one? Was Michael Jordan guarding his one-on-one player, impacting the other 8 guys on the court at the same time as Jordan?
Yes.
It energizes the other team. The energizes the teammates to play defense. Hold on. When your best player is playing defense, it's going to energize your team.
Never will you be able to convince me. Never will you be able to convince me that one player's individual talent defensively, that one player alone, being able to guard 1-on-1 in a 5-on-5 game is more valuable than being able to.
Hold on. So
bro.
Your best player elevates your team defense if he's playing all-out defense.
Not if it's just one-on-one. Not if it's just one-on-one,
bro. Like
that's what makes defense. All of this is just simply effort, bro. It's simply
what makes Kawhi great. If defense was simply effort, then Curry would be a great defender right now, but he's not.
If Iverson,
I'm not saying he has to be. He don't have the physical tools, but you can definitely put the effort to try to play defense. It's actually going to affect other players to actually do their job as well to help you out.
Yes, but that is not more
guys
impactful.
are locked in defensively. You're going to be a better team, but that starts with somebody. It starts with somebody on your team.
I'm sorry, and if you let me finish, that'd be great. Guys like Jordan, guys like Kobe, and guys like that, defenders like that who are one-on-one defenders in a 5-on-5 game, they were not more impactful than defenders like Scottie Pippen or Rodman or KG or Duncan.
Scotty was the elite one-on-one defender.
He was, but what else Scotty was elite at? He was an elite. He was also an elite off-ball defender.
And so
he was
Michael
elite.
Jordan and Kobe. They played.
No, they were not.
Bro.
No, they were not.
Bro.
Yeah, they were.
No,
Bro.
they were not. No,
Bro, yes, they were,
and
bro.
Were they impacting the floor anywhere near the level of guys like KG, Scotty, or Tim Duncan, Bad John?
Yes, because think about it. If you have an Iverson going off, he's cooking everything moving. And it comes to the fourth quarter where it's time to win. You put your best player, your best defender, individual defender, on that player to neutralize him.
And then guess what? And then guess what happens?
Listen what I'm saying.
Go.
He don't score 1 point. You win the game. Because what you did was you took their pieces like chess. You took their piece and you knocked their piece off, bro.
Okay, but now let's say this. Now, KB, let's be realistic.
You cut the head off the snake, bro.
KB, let's be realistic here, and not act like one guy can single-handedly stop another great offensive player, because that's never happened in the history of the NBA.
So that's
never happened.
Hold on, listen, bro. We understand is a team.
So it's a team defensive game.
Listen what I'm saying.
So why do we rank all-time defensive players?
Their defensive player, you're telling me a defensive player of the year on the wing doesn't have an impact on the team?
That's not what I said.
No matter how bad the team is, bro. If you put a defensive player of the year, a legit defensive player of the year, wing defender, he affects that team in a positive way. Yes, he does.
That's not. I didn't say it doesn't. It doesn't do it more than if you put an interior defender on the team, especially in the 2000s with Allen Iverson, especially in that.
But that's not the argument. You saying
no, that is the argument, because you're talking about Jordan. You couldn't know, because you and BJ both said how you man up in the NBA is you be a great one-on-one defender. And I'm saying that's not how you win.
Yes, it is how you win. Jordan, Pippen. Look, Pippen would guard, like if they were playing a great team, Pippen would guard the guy 1 to 3 quarters. And if Pippen wasn't getting the job done, Jordan would then go ahead and guard the other team.
But what I'm saying is they weren't doing it by themselves. They had other great defenders on the team that would be able to cover for them if they got beat, which they would.
When the game is on the line, it comes to one-on-one basketball, bro. Like just like at the end of the game, right?
Hey, P5.
What happens? What happens at the end of the game? The shot
P5. That's actually a bad argument, bro.
The shot clock's winding down, and you need to stop
because illegal defenses existed in the 90s.
Yeah, but
so off-ball defense didn't exist. So off-ball defense didn't exist in the 90s.
No, listen.
Not to the level in this.
I'm not saying to the level.
Bro, listen to what I'm saying, bro.
But it didn't exist.
When it's time to win the game, the shot clock is winding
down.
It
existed. It existed with the big man.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I bring up Scottie Pippen. Because what you still could do in the 90s was do hard doubles. You could still do that in the 90s. You couldn't zone up. Well, you could still play hard doubles, and you could still help to the paint. You could still do that in the 90s. You just couldn't zone up.
Guard his man one-on-one most of the time. That's what makes him elite. That's what helps impact winning on the Bulls. All those guys, Ron Harper, one-on-one. He don't need help. Jordan, one-on-one. He don't need help. Pippen, one-on-one.
So those guys never got those guys never got blown by coming off the screen.
You're missing what I'm saying. I'm not.
No, because you're not listening to what I'm saying, KB. I'm failing to see what your argument is now, because at first you said the best defenders man up by playing one-on-one defense.
They can lock up their man
it's a team
one-on-one.
defensive game, and you and BJ laugh at that.
No,
not all the time. Not all the time, but for the most part.
When it comes to winning the game, that's what your superstar is there for. If you have an elite defender, that elite defender is able to guard his man one-on-one, usually without help.
Are you talking about the last 5 seconds of the game?
Bro, in the fourth quarter, the whole quarter.
It's never without help. It's never without help.
So we're going to act like Jordan. Hold on. We're going to act like Jordan won't shutting shit down in the fourth quarter?
Not by him. It's not by himself. It's not by himself,
bro.
It's not by yourself.
Like, I don't know what you mean with this not by yourself, bro.
Nothing in the NBA is by yourself.
No, but that's like saying you can't win by yourself, bro. Obviously, it's nothing by yourself. But
when I say it's team defense, why do you laugh? When I say it's team defense, why do you laugh?
When you say that, you're taking credit away from the guy.
No, I'm not.
Hold on.
No, I'm not.
You're taking individual greatness from that guy defensively.
No,
to
I'm
taking
not.
the challenge. That's taking away credit from him.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm doing.
There is no great defender, according to your logic. There's no great defender. There's just
So why we even rank great defensive players of all time?
Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan,
and guess
Hakeem
what? Tim
Olajuwon.
Duncan's able to guard the post.
You
by
said it was
himself.
team defense.
Tim Duncan's able to guard the post without help.
And you want to know what else Tim Duncan does? Whenever his perimeter guys get blown by, because Tony Parker wasn't a great defender, Manu wasn't a great defender. Whenever his guards got blown by, guess who was there in the paint to impact that shot? Even though his perimeter guys got beat.
So that is
Tim
what
Duncan,
we're talking about.
Tim Duncan, which then that would be impacting the entire
But that
floor
individual
and
defender
everybody
is
on your
able to
team.
help, bro. That individual, like Michael Jordan, ain't just stand there and just guard the ball. He helped on defense too. He helped other people while somebody tried to go score on his teammate. He's over there helping. That's what an elite defender does. He's able to leave his matchup for a small amount of time and help.
Of course, I never said he wasn't elite. I just said he wasn't better than Scottie Pippen. I said he wasn't better than Scottie Pippen.
Yeah, but you changed the argument again. We talking
How
about
did I change the
man-to-man defense? Because we got
man-to-man
off that.
defense, man-to-man defense, guarding one player on the team, guarding another one player on the team is not more valuable than the entire team being able to play cohesive team defense.
That's like saying team offense ain't as valuable as an individual player's greatness on offense. So you can't give credit to Steph Curry for the Warriors off. You gotta give credit to the scheming of Steve Kerr.
I do.
And Valley.
I do. I give them
that's
credit.
more valuable
I give
than
them
Steph
credit.
Curry's greatness.
I
But you're
give
not
them
gonna say
credit.
that.
I give them credit. I give them credit.
You're not
Just
gonna
like
say
you could
that,
go
though.
one-on-one on offense, you could go one-on-one on defense.
You're not
the
going to
same.
say Steph Curry, the Warriors' offense is more impactful than Steph Curry's individual greatness. You're not going to say that.
So BJ, let me ask you something. So BJ, would I be crazy to say that Kobe Bryant himself, similar to Stephen Curry, the offensive system that Curry was in, we can all understand that the offensive system that Curry was in maximized Stephen Curry, right? Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Would I be crazy to say that the triangle offense also maximized Jordan and Kobe Bryant as
No, it
scorers?
didn't. It took away from their game.
No,
Exactly.
did it maximize? Did it maximize them?
Took away
Did
from
it
them.
maximize them? No, stop.
I'm gonna tell you.
No, stop.
This is what the
BJ.
triangle offense did. The triangle offense actually helped their efficiency because they're taking more, scripted shots. But as far as
so it elevated them too.
But as far as their ability to score the basketball, it took away in that triangle off because you're not getting the caliber of shots that you want.
But
they
it
didn't need the
maximized the
triangle
level of
offense.
but what it did was. But what it did was it maximized their ability to play a winning brand of basketball, similar to what the Warriors do with Stephen
There
Curry.
you go. Okay, so that's
the same
that
thing.
wasn't what we were talking about, though. You said it did take away. You're trying to compare Steph Curry to Kobe and Mike, and I'm telling you it's not. And that's why I say they're better scorers than Steph Curry.
What I'm saying is, and I didn't disagree with you. They are better scorers than Stephen Curry. What I'm saying though is that Stephen Curry, and I've never not given Steve Kerr credit for this. Stephen Curry was put in an offensive system that took away his ball handling, responsibility, but then maximized what he's able to do as a scorer, correct, and as a shooter. Phil Jackson took away from Jordan and Kobe's playmaking and their ball handling responsibilities to maximize what they could do as scorers, and that both led to them to all three of those players improving in terms of being able to have a winning impact on the team. Because correct? Because we can agree that Jordan played two different brands of basketball in his career, but there was a pre Phil Jackson, there was a post Phil Jackson, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The pre-Phil Jackson was Jordan's dominating the ball. He's getting near 8, 9, 10 assists a game. He's not. Yeah, it's close to. If anything, it's close to like. I don't want to say close, but it's if you watch it, it's LeBron ball. But when he gets with Phil Jackson, it's putting Jordan in situations where he's able to move off the ball and get put in more advantageous scoring positions. That's what the Warriors did with Stephen Curry and Steve Kerr. I've never said that the system doesn't help you. It goes hand in hand. What I'm saying, though, is that individual offense, right, and individual defense does not trump what a team can do when it comes to winning basketball games. Winning basketball is a team effort. It's not an individual effort. That's my argument right now on both ends of the floor. Both ends of the floor.
Yeah, but we're not saying that team defense isn't important. We're saying that a defensive player minded wing who's guarding the perimeter is very impactful because at the end of the day, when the game is tight, you need stops. And stops are very valuable in the game of basketball. See, there's an old adage called defense wins championships. And
Yes.
it's true because at the end of the day, your best defender is able to guard his man without help. That's what makes you a great defender. You're able to guard your man without calling for a double team. You're able to man up. That's why they call it manning up. And you're able to say, nah, I got him. Game on the line, fourth quarter. I got him the whole fourth quarter. Put me on him.
Teams do not play one-on-one defense with no help in the fourth quarter.
Okay, so
They
let
do
me
not
ask
do
you a question. Let me
that. They
ask you a
don't do that.
question.
They
When Kobe went to the Olympics, what did he ask to do?
I don't know. I don't watch Olympic basketball. That's not even a cop out.
Oh, come on.
No, KB. That's not a cop out. If
But
you
hold
ask me
on.
anything about the Olympics, I don't know.
Okay, so when Kobe went to the Olympics, what he did was he asked Coach K, let me guard the best player on the other team. Right? Let me neutralize them. That way the other guys could just do what they do. Right?
I guess. I don't fucking know. Is that what he did in the Olympics? I don't know.
All right, man. Since you ain't seen it, there's no point in me talking about it.
But here's what I'll do. I'll use an example of why team defense is more impactful than individual defense. We all know about 2011, right? We all know about 2011.
But I'm not arguing that though. I'm not arguing that team defense isn't impactful.
No, I'm saying it's more impactful than individual defense.
But I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing that.
So what are we doing here? Because I never said individual defense wasn't impactful.
A two-way player like Kawhi Leonard is able to score and defend, meaning he's giving it to you, but you're not giving it to him.
Okay. So KB, I think me and you are arguing two different things here. I'm saying that team defense is more impactful than individual defense. What are you arguing?
See, that's where you keep throwing me off because KB, every time you have the leverage to just hang the gavel, when you made that point, he brings up this shit saying that it's about the team defense. So it's almost like P5 wants to take away the defensive side of the ball without saying it.
That's not what I'm doing.
Team defense when the guy is one of the best defenders of all time. The same thing you want to give Steph Curry for being one of the greatest offensive players of all time. Why can't we do the same thing with Kawhi Leonard?
You can.
Why can't? There's no way that Steph Curry can have a case being better than this dude if he affects the game better on both ends of the basketball.
But he can't.
Just acknowledge
because I've already explained it.
So do you think Kawhi's individual defense on 2014, when he won the MVP, right, in the finals?
Yes.
That was one-on-one, mostly one-on-one. It was Kawhi's matchup was LeBron James, correct?
Kawhi's matchup was LeBron, yes.
Okay, and what did he do? He defended him. He was a problem because his length, his size, and his
yes. But even then, when Kawhi would get beat, because it would happen from time to time. Let's not sit here and act like LeBron was never able to get by or blow by Kawhi Leonard. Wait, KB, there was always help.
But you're missing the point of a defender.
It was never just it was never just the Kawhi was never just hey, it's one-on-one, guys. Don't if he blows by me, I don't want the help. I want no help.
But it's your job as a defender to shade the offensive player to the help. It's
that's
your
what,
job.
That's what the role of, and guess what? That leads into team defense because you can't shade it into the help if there's no help.
Bro, because if I can't stay in front of you in the first place, I don't even give your guy a chance to get in position to help.
That's what the interior defenders are supposed to be there for.
Bro,
and guess what?
KB.
If the Spurs had like Jonas Valanciunas or Nikola Jokic back there instead of Tim Duncan, that's bad team defense. They would have lost. But since they had Tim Duncan back there and not a horrible defender, they had a great at that point in his career, a really, really good defender still, then that's why they won. Because they had a great defensive team.
So you're just attributing
not just one guy.
everything that Kawhi did to team defense. There was no one-on-ones. There was no. It's just all team defense.
I think Kawhi. Here's what I'll say, KB. Here's what I'll say. Kawhi was the most impactful defender He was not the only impactful defender. That's what I'm saying.
No, but if he wasn't there, let's be fair. If Kawhi was not there as an individual one-on-one defender, and you put somebody else on LeBron, say a Danny Green, do you think he has the
Oh,
same
no,
effect?
okay, no. Not
Okay,
Danny.
so it matters,
Not
right?
Danny.
Oh, it matters, right?
It matters, yes.
Who is in front of LeBron matters, right? As far as
Yes,
stopping
I
him from
never
moving.
said it doesn't matter. I never said it doesn't.
Okay, so anybody can't just do what he did.
No, not anybody can do that. No.
Okay, so now we just talking about individual defense. There's an individual impact on a team.
Yes,
which
it is. But the team impact around that individual, right? You have Kawhi's individual impact, but then you have the team-wide impact of being able to help, of being able to play zone, a matchup zone, in order to have.
Yeah, but that's one-on-one.
In order of being able to help off the corners and have a great interior paint defender.
But you're doing your
that
job.
is a team defender.
When you shade your player towards the help defense, you're doing your job as a
yes, and guess what? That is a team concept. That's a team concept.
But you're missing the point.
KB, no. I'm getting your point. KB, I'm getting your point.
This ain't going nowhere.
I'm getting your point.
P5 is, we know
I'm
it's a
getting your
team
point. You're
concept.
saying,
Hold on.
KB.
We know that it's a team concept for you to shade the person to the help, but if you don't have the physical capabilities to do so, it don't matter what the team scheme is.
I get that. I get that.
Team scheme, you can throw that shit out the window because you got to have the player to be able to have the team scheme to do it.
But then you also need to have the team to have good help. That's what I'm saying. You need to have Tim Duncan. You need to have Tim Duncan back there, not Nikola Jokic.
You have to have the right personnel to even execute the scheme. If you ain't got the right personnel, the scheme don't matter. So
that's beyond one player. That's beyond one player.
But you're missing the point. The reason why the Bulls were so successful in the 96 seasons, because all those dudes are able to lock you up without asking for help. They're able to lock down their man. They don't need help.
And you know the one guy that can't do it? You know what we call him? We call him the wink link.
Yeah, he's a weak
stops
link.
everything.
And you hide the weak link. Yeah, you hide
He's
the
called
weak
a
link.
scab. We picked the scab. He's called
exactly.
a scab.
So that's what we've been saying for the last.
Y'all are missing my point. I think y'all are pissy. I think y'all are missing my point. All right. My point is that does individual defense matter? Absolutely. Was Kawhi the most impactful defender in that 2014 series? I think he was. I think we all think he was, right? But
he also was providing.
But KB, were there 4 or 3 other guys on that team that were also very impactful in slowing down the Miami Heat that year? Absolutely. And does that lead to a team-wide defensive effort? Absolutely.
Okay, but would you acknowledge that it's hard, right? If I'm scoring on you, I'm making you work, right? As a defender, right?
Yeah.
If I'm scoring on you, I'm making you work. Now, you also have to work on offense, too, to score on me, right? We're talking about two-way play. You have to work to score, right?
So you're talking okay. So you're talking about me and your
both ways, right?
So you're talking about me and your matchup in the game, right? You're scoring on me. You're killing me, right, on the offensive end. When I'm on offense, when I'm on offense, you're making me work to score still.
Exactly.
You're describing two-way play.
That's effectiveness, bro. It's work, right? What is efficiency? Efficiency is the amount of work you put in to score. Okay, so that's impact, bro. You're lowering a player's efficiency based on your defensive capabilities.
Yeah, that's
and
impact. Yeah, that's impact. That's impact. I don't think two-way impact is more valuable. Well, because it depends from player to player. You can't just say two-way players are automatically more impactful than one-way. Because that would mean
two is better than one, right? 2 is better than 1, right? Because if I'm scoring and providing defense, those are 2 things that I'm doing.
So that must mean Kawhi Leonard peaked higher than Magic Johnson, right?
What?
Because Magic Johnson wasn't a two-way player. Kawhi was, right?
He's trying to change, man.
You moved the goalpost, bro.
Man.
No, I'm not moving the goalpost. I'm not moving the
goalpost. You want to switch over to Magic Johnson, man.
This one, I think you got all the answers.
No, we're not moving.
Answer the question, KB. You just said 2 is better than 1.
It is because he had the case. What we're saying is,
so now I'm asking
listen.
you
We're
the
not saying
question.
Kawhi is greater than Magic Johnson. What
No,
we're saying is
okay. So
Kawhi
what
was
makes him
on the
greater than Stephen
trajectory.
Curry? So what makes him greater than
Because
Stephen
they're two
Curry?
different tiers.
Listen what I'm
P5.
saying. Kawhi was on the trajectory to be in that Jordan Kobe
We're
class.
talking about at their peak.
No, listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. He was. What we're saying is, based on his prime, he was on the trajectory to be in that Michael Jordan Kobe conversation.
As the GOAT?
He could have, bro. If he would have
Oh
never
my
gotten hurt. Hold on,
Yeah,
listen.
I agree with that.
Listen, bro. If he would have never sustained that injury, bro, he was handing the Warriors their ass before he got hurt.
And 3 quarters, or no, 1.5.
Okay, however you want to look at
You
it.
want to
bro.
give
They
Kevin
couldn't deal
Durant
with
8
him.
minutes. You want to
And
give Kevin Durant 8
It
minutes.
was a
And
blowout,
1.5
bro.
quarters.
They were whooping
And
their
one and a
ass.
half quarters. Okay.
Time out. You want to give Kevin Durant 8 minutes against the Raptors in the finals, so we can't give him 3 quarters.
I didn't give KD the 8 minutes. I said he didn't play because he was hurt. He only played 8 minutes.
KB, didn't he say that the Warriors would have won with Kevin Durant?
They would have won. They would have won if KD played the whole series.
Okay,
yeah.
but you're basing off on 8 minutes, right?
No, I'm not. I'm basing it off KD making the Warriors a better team than the Raptors. I'm not basing that off the 8
that's
minutes.
8
KD
minutes.
played.
You don't know what would have happened because last time I saw KD and Clay and Steph and Draymond on the same court and was Kawhi by himself, he was giving their ass the business. Not to mention that same year, in 2017, that 2017 playoffs. Again,
you're talking about
you
one
don't know
and a
what
half
would have
quarters.
happened.
BJ.
Time out. I saw Kawhi Leonard give that whole team the business that entire season.
1.5 quarters.
No, the whole season.
We're talking about
You
the
wanna
regular
use- you wanna
season,
use 8
BJ.
minutes.
You're talking about the BJ. Me and you can both. BJ.
You're saying 8
You
minutes
worked
of
for the
the
Clippers,
finals.
BJ.
They were
We
going
can
to win.
understand.
You
We
don't
can
know what would
understand
have
that
happened.
when you go into a
You don't know
7-game
what would have
series,
happened.
we can
P5.
understand that when you go into a 7-game series, there's a
P5.
whole lot more game planning, a
P5.
whole
You
lot
don't
more
know what
adjusting.
would have
There's
happened
a
in
whole
that
lot more.
series, even if KD was there.
BJ. The difference is when you go into a 7-game series compared to when you play one team once or twice a month.
Hey, P5.
What?
How about this? You know James Harden took him to 7 games with KD there.
When you had Chris Paul with him too, yeah.
So what the fuck makes you think Kawhi couldn't do the same thing?
Wait, what?
What makes you think Kawhi couldn't do the same thing?
Because the 2018 Rockets were a better team than the 2017 Spurs.
What about the 2019 Raptors?
What do you mean? Are you who are you asking is better than
the Rockets? 2018 Rockets better than the 2019 Raptors?
That's a really good question.
Right. So
I would say they were.
I asked you
I would say they
asked
were.
you the
I would
question
say they
again.
were. I would say yes, they
Okay,
were.
but you had to think about it for a minute.
I would say that
Now, let me ask you this
I would say
question.
that the Rockets were a better team than the Raptors. Yes.
Okay, so it ain't by much. That's okay.
It's not by much. It's not by much.
But do you think is James Harden a better player than Kawhi Leonard?
No.
Okay. So
wait a minute. Hold on. What about the offense?
What do you mean?
You're not being consistent as far as offense.
I'm still lost.
James Harden offensively?
Oh, I don't think Harden's near good enough as like Curry or Magic for me to put him in that category.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, that's what that is. I just don't think Harden. I don't think Harden's on the level of the guys that we're talking about
man,
here.
Harden was killing the Warriors, man.
He was.
He was killing Warriors, and that's why I'm saying.
Not in game 7.
And KD was on the court.
Not in game 6 and game 7 he wasn't. Not in game 6 and game 7 he wasn't.
That damn court.
Not in game 6 and game 7 he wasn't. Not in game 6 and game 7. No.
No. I'm talking about in the 2018 playoffs. Everybody was on the court.
Yeah, not in game 6 and game 7. Chris Paul wasn't there. No.
No, I'm talking about that makes it even worse.
They weren't.
I'm saying you're saying that the Warriors, it was surefire they're going to beat the Raptors with KD there. I'm saying you don't know what would have happened, especially with that defense Toronto had.
Yeah, the Raptors had a great defense. Their job was made even easier by having to focus on only one creator. That's what made KD and Steph so great together. The Rockets, the Rockets, if I'm not mistaken, were also a near top 5 defensive team in the league because they had all types of wings.
Yeah,
they had Chris Paul on the roster. They had Clint Capella, all types of wings. They had Chris Paul, Clint Capella, and the Warriors were still frying them. They were frying them.
They were frying them. They were.
It was a hell of a series.
And it was a hell of a
And
series. They were both frying each other.
I think that series could have went
Kyle
either
Lowry
way.
was balling too.
Yeah,
think
Kyle
that
Lowry
could've
was
went either
balling
way,
in the
bro.
finals.
Well, how crazy would that have been if the Raptors beat the Warriors with KD there?
Oh, that would have been insane.
I don't know. That'd be
Because
crazy.
he ain't supposed to lose.
You would have to literally tell LeBron that all those losses count on his finals record, because according to the masses, that the Warriors team was unbeatable, which I think that's cap. I think
I
they
don't
were
believe
beatable.
they were unbeatable. I believe that the Rockets had them like.
I think the Rockets.
were
I
neck
think
and
if Chris
neck.
Paul stays healthy, the Rockets have them. If Chris Paul stays healthy, then the Rockets got him. But we don't know, unfortunately. So, unfortunately, I think that. Now, I will say this though. I think that 2017 team is unbeatable. That's the team that I think is unbeatable.
But do you agree that it is super rare to have an elite offensive player and defensive player at the same time? Like
That
being
is rare.
all in
That's
one?
rare. No. That's rare. It's rare.
Okay, so this person's playing because there's two sides of the ball, right?
Yes.
Offense is scoring and then stopping the other players from scoring. So we're talking about both sides of the court because we have to run back the other way. So this dude's not giving up buckets. That, like, to me, like, when you look at a player, I'm giving it to you. You're not giving it to me. That's how I look at it in basketball, bro. Like, you can't get off on me.
And we're just gonna have to say that we look at it in two different ways, because I look at it as, okay, this guy is so unbelievably amazing on offense.
Yeah,
that I would take him, even though he's like just like what, a neutral, maybe a slight positive offensive player, compared to the player who's giving me not super amazing offense but elite offense. Or let me put it this way: Curry on the offensive end is S1, right?
Yeah.
Kawhi on the offensive end, because there's S1, there's S2, S, and then there's A. Well, no. Let me not make it that far. S1, S2, then A tier, right?
But what would you rank Curry as a defender?
C plus, B minus, maybe.
Okay, so wait, let's do it. now we got to do it. So he's S on one side, but let's say Kawhi's S on both sides.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
He was
Say it
averaging
again.
27 to 30 a game.
Kawhi, I would say Kawhi is not a top 10 offensive player of all time. No.
So you don't think he's S? Because okay, wait, he was averaging 27 to 30 a game.
That doesn't make you an S tier offensive player.
Well, I gotta ask you your definition of S tier then.
Players that were able to compare. It's mostly about offensive impact. How great were you at making players around you better, right?
Mm-hmm.
How great were you as an individual? Like, and it's tough to explain. Look, okay, Jordan, S tier. He made the guys around him far better. He was a really good playmaker, the greatest scorer the league has ever seen, and he translated it year in, year out to the playoffs. Right? Stephen Curry, one of the greatest playmakers the league has ever seen, one of the most portable players the league has ever seen, also one of the greatest scorers the league has ever seen. That's an S1 player to me. Magic Johnson is the greatest playmaker the league has ever seen, and it translated year in and year out to the playoffs. Kawhi, at his peak, is one of the greatest scorers the league has seen. That puts him in the A. He was an okay playmaker. And that's mainly what it comes down to. He was okay at being able to make guys around him better. That's not a flaw on Kawhi's game. He was still good at it. He was far better than the average player. But we're talking about Curry and Magic and Jordan, where he's not on that level as those guys. As scorers, yes, but there's more to the game than just scoring the ball. There's more to it.
But we're bringing up the other side of the ball.
And you can rank that other side of the ball if you want to.
Oh, okay. Cool. All right. So I can't debate your opinion then, like, because if that's your opinion, so like, we just have to shake hands and just move.
Yes,
on.
because if you value two-way play more than I do, that's fine. Answer me this: do you value Kawhi or Magic Johnson?
Yeah, but that's not a fair comparison because
how is it not a fair comparison?
Because what I said earlier, Kawhi was on the trajectory, but
he got hurt.
He got hurt.
Okay.
Kawhi never got hurt. I would put him over Magic Johnson.
Okay. Let me ask you in different ways then. When Kawhi was at his best and healthy, compared to when Magic Johnson was at his best and healthy, who do you have?
I said Kawhi didn't have Kareem neither.
That's
Or
what I'm
James
saying,
Worthy.
bro. Like
So it's
Magic
kind
had
of
a
hard
lot
to
around
judge.
him.
It's hard to judge, bro.
It's hard. It's so this is what I'll say. I said Jordan and Magic because they're Jordan's top 5, Magic's top 5 on my list.
Magic's a
That
beast.
was a better comparison than comparing a guy who is not in your top 5, top 10, regardless of the injuries, whatever. I just thought it would have been easier to put Michael against Magic. Obviously, we all say it's Michael, but the reason why we say it's Michael because he affects the game in more ways. Like he affects it offensively, affects it defensively, and that affects the championships he wins too. And Magic got 5 championships, like Jordan has 6, but there's not many one-sided offensive players that are on that trajectory, which is telling you that two-way players they're a very, very important thing in basketball.
If Curry had better longevity, he'd be a top 5 player of all time.
So wait, let's do it like this. And I like Curry, right? And I got Curry all time over Kawhi, right? But based on the careers, right? But I like Curry. But let's do this. Had Curry had that defensive side that Kawhi had, do you think Kyrie gets that shot off against him in 2016?
Okay. I'm gonna say this. I don't even think they try to get Curry on the switch. I don't even think Curry's involved in the play. I don't even think Curry's involved in the play. Because if Curry had Kawhi's level of defense, why would you try to get switched on to Curry?
But it changes the game plan, right? So basically, right? You ain't gonna beat us like that, right? So this is what I'm saying about impact on the defensive side of the ball. LeBron isn't not gonna tell Kyrie to just, hey, that's Kawhi, just ISO him. We're gonna do that the whole series, right? Just ISO Kawhi, move him. You know what I'm saying? Try to get him in switches and stuff. You're not gonna do that. So guess what? You got to come up off that. And meanwhile, Kawhi is still giving you 30. Do you get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. I just don't. I get what you're saying. I just think there's more to the game than just giving you 30. That's just me. Because I think what it mainly comes down to, I think me and you are both looking at Kawhi differently in terms of how good he is as an offensive player. That's what we're looking at.
So you don't think he could give you 30?
No. That's not what I said, because he does. But it's not all about just giving you 30.
What? Okay, but you act like he's not doing nothing else.
I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying he's not doing it anywhere near the level as these other guys that we're talking about.
But you're just talking about shooting, right?
No, I'm talking about playmaking. I'm talking about making the guys around you better. Kawhi doesn't. He does that, but he doesn't do that anywhere near the level as Curry does. And Curry's also giving you 30 on a more efficient 30.
But you would have to be discounting Draymond Green's impact as a playmaker as well.
Draymond Green as a playmaker or as a passing hub? That's two different things.
A passer. He does playmake, but just as a passer, bro. Because
I'm not trying to devalue Draymond. That's not what I'm trying to do. But what I'm saying is they both have two different roles on the team. Draymond does his own thing with Curry. What Draymond does is off of Stephen Curry's playmaking, if that makes sense.
I mean, I get it, man. But I just think like when you put Magic and Mike on the same court, bro, Mike, no one's getting off like that on that.
I just think Jordan's a better. I just think Jordan's just in general just a better offensive player than Magic Johnson. Me personally, I think he just played more prime, more high level years than Magic. That's why I have Jordan over Magic all the time. Me personally, that's what it comes down to for me.
Because Steph is the man, bro. Like Steph is the man. I just think that when you look at Kawhi, he was on the trajectory. It's like when I envision a player being better than another player, I envision them being on the court at the same time. And I say, well, who can deal with who? Like, if you can't deal with me, then I'm the best player in the series. And that's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. But, KB, it was a nice talk. It's 2:42.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean,
I would love to continue this the next time we pop up on stream, because it's a really good convo. It's just it's 2:42 in the morning.
Yeah, it is.
It's two, and I go into work at 6, so I'm really. I think it was worth it. It was still a really good convo.
Oh, you go to work at 6, man? You gotta get some sleep, bro.
Yeah, I know. I've been trying. for the last 10, 15 minutes, I've been thinking about it, but I'm just not
Bro,
real.
go to sleep, bro.
So look, I would love to continue this convo another time because it's a really good conversation. It's an interesting conversation because me and you look at the game differently. I think we both understand how we look at the game, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
We both understand how we look at the game. We just disagree with each other. That's a good conversation. That's a good basis for a conversation.
I'm
And I do agree. I do agree. Kawhi was on a trajectory to be a top 10 player. It's unfortunate. And again, I might disagree on you if I'm saying he's the GOAT. That would depend on how many years he plays. If he doesn't get hurt, we're talking about Kawhi the exact same way I'm talking about Curry or KD right now in terms of top 10-ish players in the game. All right? We're talking about them the exact, or at least I am. I'm talking about them the same way. But
because I do agree, like there are exceptions to, because you do have the great offensive players who could go off like that. There are exceptions that you know what I'm saying, like Magic Johnson, he's an exception to the rule, you know, when you get a player like that. So I understand where you come from, bro.
Yeah, all right. But I would like to keep the conversation going. Hey, salute to BJ. Always been nice to me when I come up on this panel. KB, nice to meet you, bro. Cool convo we just had. Y'all keep it easy, bro.
All right, bro. Hey, BJ, you there? I guess BJ doing something, but yeah, man, peace, y'all, man. I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm gonna let y'all rock out.